afternoon. Welcome to another edition and episode of E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Today happened to be a wet Wednesday in Enugu State because it rained literally from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. this morning. Heavily. So I don't know how the weather is over there for you. The weather is quite cozy here, though the sun is beginning to, radiate the earth. But this is the entertainment hour where we tend to give you art, pop culture, stories, name them. And of course, I have a guest this afternoon. We'll be talking about something a little bit different. And of course, she's coming from the music industry. But first, let's delve into the stories of the day. Majay Aida, fitness entrepreneur and former husband of Nollywood actress Toke Makinwa, has revealed he battled depression in the aftermath of their widely publicized divorce. Speaking during a recent testimony at a UK church, now circulating widely on social media, Aida shared that intense public scrutiny and criticism led him into a period of deep emotional turmoil. He said the backlash left him feeling ashamed and caused him to withdraw from society. According to Aida, the depression lasted about a year, during which he stopped working and lost several business opportunities. However, he eventually overcame the struggle by learning to take responsibility for his actions. Aida and Makinwa tied the knot in 2014, but their marriage ended in 2016. The fallout continued publicly when Aida filed a 100 million naira defamation lawsuit against Makinwa in 2017. This followed the release of her memoir on becoming, in which she chronicled their failed marriage and made claims Aida deemed damaging to his reputation. Despite his legal team's earlier warning requesting the removal of certain sections of the book, Makinwa did not comply. In November 2020, a Lagos State High Court ruled in Aida's favor, awarding damages of 500,000 naira each to be paid by the first and second defendant to the charity of his choosing. The court also issued an injunction banning the publication of future editions of the book containing the defamatory content. Aida's recent testimony marks a rare public reflection on the personal and professional impact of the controversy and his journey to healing. Okay, so I think this is the first time I'm actually hearing a man come out clearly to say he had depression after a divorce that you actually gained from. I'm surprised that you gained from something and you're the one depressed because the society and social media were not really backing you in it. But you gained from it. You gained the money, you gained removing some certain lines from the book, some defamatory statements and all that. So what exactly is giving you depression to the point that you even stopped working? I wonder what is actually giving you that depression. But the truth is, I'm glad that he had to give the testimony in church. I'm glad that he had to come out clean and say he faced this for over a year, because not everybody will summon the courage. Most people feel that they don't go through that whenever they're divorced. They feel like they're free as a bird and they can do whatever they like. They don't tell us the stories of what happened to them inside the house, how they cry, how they sulk, how they weep, how they regret, how they wish they could have done something better. They just come out like a James Bond, claiming that they're strong, and the person that they were married to meant nothing to them. So, but I'm happy. This is some sort of what would I call it now? It's not an encouragement actually. It's just an open eye for you to see that most people go through depression when they're divorced. I think we should even look out for Two-Face and what's his wife's name again now? How can I forget? Oh my god. I think we should look out for the both of them. I'm trying to remember her name. I will. Annie, yes, her name is Annie. We should look out for the both of them. The both of them are doing. They're not behaving like, oh, they're strong, they've moved on, they're fine, they're doing this, they're doing that. This other person have moved on with another woman. This other person, her career is soaring high and all that. They're not telling us the real truth. They're not telling us the truth. One person is definitely going through depression. I don't want to say who the person is, but of course, social media will always reveal it to us. We're already seeing some signs, you know. You are seeing the signs too. But let's leave that behind because we'll still come to that. So it's not like divorce is a good thing, but of course, nobody is saying you should stay in a toxic marriage. If you can leave, you leave. But of course, there's always an aftermath for it. Let's move forward. The powerhouse behind Straw, Sisters, Madia, and countless black stories came with a message, and he delivered it like a man who knows his mic is on and the world is listening. Before soul powerhouse Lady C hits the stage with Black Women, Perry shared moments between him and his young son during a beach walk. The kind of moment you think is just cute until it hits you with a full circle truth bomb. When they looked back, the beach was covered in the child's own trail. All right. But then Perry turned that story into a metaphor that slammed harder than a season final twist. But Perry wasn't about to let the narrative slide without a comeback. Let's listen to what he said. You were clapping with them because that word of motivation and exaltation cannot go to vain. He got inspiration through the walk he had with his son at the beach, and he had to make some nice statements with it. It's more like your footprint. You know, when you walk in the beach, especially the sand, you would see your footprints. But the fact that when you come back, you still see those footprints, it tells you that you have a history and it cannot be wiped. You know, I don't know what you picked from the word of motivation and speech Tyler just gave right now, but I picked a lot. BET Award happened 2 days ago, and of course, you know, it's an award for the Black, especially in the entertainment industry, be it music, movie, and the likes. Our baby girl, Ira Star, actually won an award from BET. Now, BET has come to stay because the Blacks made it come to stay, and we know how it is over there in the Western country. And he's saying they're removing our stories, our books, our history from the library, from the museum, and all that. He's trying to give them a motivation that you shouldn't feel so down because of that. You know, they still have a word, they still have a stand, they have companies, they have fame and all that. It shouldn't be something to make you lose faith and hope, you know. And he's been doing that because we would notice that Tyler Perry makes movies that he tags Black women, a whole lot of movies that you tend to see Black people in it, and those movies are always getting into awards and all that. In fact, the recent movie Straw, people are beginning to say it should be among the Oscar award next year. Is it next year or this year? Yeah. So people are more like, these movies are keeping limestone, you know, and the Blacks out there shouldn't just step down because they're trying to throw them away, trying to throw their history, trying to throw their stories and all that. I just loved everything he said, and I love the fact that he had to use that walk he had with his son to create an inspiration. So yes, let's move forward. Nigerian media personality and actress Lolo Wan called on Africans to stop sidelining traditional religions in favor of mainstream faith like Christianity and Islam. Speaking on the newest episode of the Say My Peace podcast, the OAP, a cultural advocate, said it's become so common to ignore or dismiss indigenous spiritual practices that many no longer acknowledge their existence. In Africa, we have pushed our traditional religion to the back so much that we don't think that there are people who still practice it religiously. It's something we need to contend with seriously. She emphasized that misconceptions that link traditional religion with evil, darkness, and human sacrifice have contributed toward its abandonment. Let's listen to what she said.
Many of them have made us to believe that, oh, anytime you practice traditional religion is the dark arts.
Yes.
They are evil.
And that is the thing. Anytime people think of traditional religion,
Just think of
it immediately tilts towards evil.
dark arts.
Yes.
Evil.
Blood and all of
sacrifice.
that. Yeah.
I have come by knowledge to find out that some of those things are not true. I doubt if there will be any real practicing maybe traditionalists that will tell me that they still believe in human sacrifice in this time. Maybe in the times past, I do not know. But even for us, it just made us know that the world that we are living is diverse.
Yeah.
Even you that say you're a Christian, there are many arms to Christianity.
Yeah.
Catholics might think you're a non-Christian.
Yeah.
Anglicans might think you're a non-Christian. Even among Pentecostals,
Yes.
there are still many divisions.
There's still Jehovah's Witness.
Those are even sects. Mormons, they.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ekankade.
Yeah.
You have people like Buddhism.
Yeah.
So religions are a lot.
Now, I will agree with her. If you've been following up on our podcast, there was a time we discussed about going back to our father's tradition. You know, the fact that people has turned it into blood money rituals and all that black witch, black whatever, is something that we need to really, really call out to. There is a whole difference that you are a traditionalist, because it's a type of religion. You know, there's a whole difference that you're a traditionalist and you're a ritualist. It is two different things. And gone are the days when our forefathers usually say, oh, we need 7 virgins to sacrifice to the gods. Oh, we need 7 pregnant women. Oh, we need a woman carrying twin to sacrifice to the gods so that we could hear from the gods. Gone are those days. You know, now they don't do human sacrifice any longer. What they do now is goats, cows, chicken, eggs, and the likes. That's what she said. There's nobody that is really into there is a real traditionalist that will tell you that they're still into rituals, like blood money rituals. It's not possible. You see them breaking kola nuts, and I see them doing that too. And it's this whole fact of Christianity is, according to her, is more like we're forgetting our existence. We're forgetting our originality. Now, nobody is saying you should leave being a Christian and turn to being a traditionalist. No. Do whatever faith works for you. But the only problem is we are forgetting our originality. We are changing the story. It's more like when you see a traditionalist, you tend to see that person as evil. No. It's not possible. How can you see a traditionalist and you call him evil when you've not seen him do evil? I don't know how they do it. I'm not a traditional person. I know people would say, why is you advocating for them and all that? I even love seeing them do those things. You know, someone made a statement that sometimes you see some of these priests and pastors watching masquerade festivals. What do you call that? What do you call masquerade festivals? What do you call it? Is it Christianity? No, it's not Christianity. When you go for occasions, you will see our elders breaking kola nuts, cracking eggs, doing 1 or 2 talks and prayers and all that. It is still tradition. It is not Christianity. But the fact that we've turned it into something else, to black magic, to blood money ritual, and the rest of it, is making it look like traditional religion is evil, is devious, and all that. So I think they need to call that to order. I think that's the beginning of the problem. By the time they call it to order, people will tend to understand and then decide if they want to go back to their father's religion, or they want to remain in the Christianity that they are. Because nobody's dragging you to live your Christian life and move to the traditional life. Because we even have the Islamic religion. Nobody's telling you to leave it. if you go to the Yoruba tribe, you would notice that they have their own traditional belief. If you go to the Hausa tribe, you will know that they have their own traditional belief. But it's as if we, the Igbos, we've turned our own to something else. We've turned our own to using people's blood to make money. We've turned our own to using it to do evil to people. But those days, you will tend to see that our grandfathers had their own altar, where they just go to pray, ask the God to help them, to solicit for them, to pave way for them, and you see us prosper. Why do you think they came over to Nigeria to carry our artwork, to carry our things, destroy our things, but they carried it, they actually pampered it and kept it in their museum? Why? Because they know the importance of those things, but we turned it into something else. Well, that's another story for maybe another podcast. Let's move forward. R. Kelly is urgently seeking release from prison, claiming his life is in immediate danger due to an alleged murder for hire plots involving prison officials and a known member of the Iron Brotherhood gang. The embattled singer's legal team has filed an emergency motion presenting what they describe as credible evidence of a scheme to have him killed inside the North Carolina Federal Penitentiary, where he is currently serving a 30-year sentence for sex-related crimes. At the center of the claims is a sworn statement from Michael Glinstein, a terminally ill inmate and reputed Aryan Brotherhood gang leader. According to Stein, prison authorities allegedly offered him a chance to spend his remaining days in freedom if he agreed to assassinate Kelly. Stein claims the deal involved him committing the murder, facing charges, and then benefiting from intentionally sabotaged evidence that would lead to his release or escape. Wow. The plan reportedly advanced as far as Stein approaching Kelly's housing unit in March with the intent to carry out the attack, only to back out at the last moment. He instead alerted Kelly and others to the alleged plot, implicating staff within the Bureau of Prisons. According to court filings, Stein personally informed Kelly of the danger and is now willing to take a polygraph test and testify in court about the plot. Kelly's attorneys argue that Stein's refusal to go through with the murder has triggered retaliation. They claim that another member of the Aryan Brotherhood has seen him ordered to kill both Stein and Kelly, and that the prison is now teeming with gang affiliates who pose a continuous threat to the singer's life. Kelly's legal team insists his immediate release is the only way to ensure his safety, warning that his life remains in serious jeopardy behind bars. And that's the truth. The fact that him and even the person that wants to testify against them, their life is in danger, is a big problem. But I mean, you won't blame Stein for not coming out to say what he wants to say, because they must have threatened him and all that. But my question is, why are they having brotherhood in prison? I know they do, but why? What for? What is the reason for that? What are they using it to do? Don't forget that sometime last month, we lost somebody in the prison. He was stabbed. Was rushed to the hospital, but of course found dead. And now R. Kelly, that means the prison is not even it's not a safe space. So where is a safe space, for crying out loud? There's no safe space anymore. They actually need to look into that prison. It's either they bring R. Kelly out, because some people will say, oh, he wants to use that opportunity to leave prison, whatever. But the truth is, his life is in danger. Maybe take him to a private, maybe keep him on a house arrest or something. Take him to a private prison or something. They're not saying you should release him entirely, but he needs to leave that particular place that he is right now, because his life is in danger. And it's very clear that his life is in danger, together with the person that is testifying against them. I don't know what the authorities are doing about this. The fact that the authorities in that prison are even part of this is alarming. Well, it's obvious that it's not only in Nigeria that these things happen. It happens everywhere. So Nigeria, we are not that bad. It's obvious that other countries are maybe badder than us, if that's the right English to use. Let's move over to the foreign scene. Britain's Princess of Wales, Kate, visited the VA East Storehouse on Tuesday, a new concept museum in London. Designed to make storage museum and objects available for the people to see, V&A Deputy Director Tim Reevy said the building is a warehouse-like public space hosting 250,000 objects, 350,000 library books, and 1,000 archives from the V&A's collections, according to the V&A. With the visit taking place during opening hour, Kate enjoyed the museum's experiences and displays over its 4 levels, familiarizing with the new concept and with the staff. Take a look.
So all of these objects were in Blythe House, which is a big former post office building in West London, near Olympia. Government building. Government are keen to sell it for redevelopment. So we were given some of the resources we need to create a new facility. We've created Storehouse as both a place where we look after our collections, but also a completely public space. So it's an experience born out of the back of house world of the V&A.
But then in the end of the
pieces also showcasing restorations. They don't have to be fantastic, isn't it? But it's so eclectic.
Yeah.
A mixture of items here. But also, I was just saying, even just looking at behind you here, even just a picture frame, and
It's
actually
my
seeing,
favourite picture.
But if that's okay, sorry, very the purple, and then there's natural linen, and delicately seen. Made for Anne Ray, also photographer, who took all this backstage photography.
Oh, it's wonderful. I mean, we've had an amazing response from the public, an amazing critical response over the last couple of weeks, and really for the Princess to come and see it herself kind of means a lot to all of us. I think she was really taken with the idea of this as a public building, and herself wanted to see it as everyone else is seeing it, actually just wandering around the spaces. We're not close to the public. She's enjoying the Order and Object service, looking into the conservation studios and so on. So
it's understanding now how modern contemporary clothes are made. Being able to cut back to this sort of really celebrates the craftsmanship involved, and I think so much.
I think she's really loved it, honestly. I think she really understood it as a new museum typology, a really special new sort of experience that is behind the curtain. Maybe a world that she herself gets to see more than most, but I think she really enjoyed today seeing it with everyone else, with the public.
And as Sarah was saying, the important thing is.
And also, of course, with products. We've done a bit of research, kind of really trying to figure out what the audience wants from our object images.
Yes, so it transforms it from sort of a basic sort of catalogue imaging to something that you would see in a virtual catalogue.
and then AI will just take it and build.
And then you see in that piece that you're talking about stacking, or you're actually like layering on top.
Yeah, so you
Do you find these
it's sometimes hard to determine.
And then they walk on the
Yeah, they run the
They do.
All right, that's all we have for you in the news segment this hour. We'll go on a very short break, and when I return, I'll reveal my guests to you, so stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Live here in the studio with me is Gift to Carrefour, popularly known as Zani Vibes. She's an Afro-pop and R&B artist, and we'll be talking about the artist's journey, crafting hits and staying authentic in R&B. So today we are doing R&B and not Afro-pop. So thanks for joining Zani Vibes.
Hi, thanks for having me. Hello.
You're welcome. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine, thank you.
When did you come to ENUGU?
Well, I grew up here.
Oh, you grew up here?
Yes, I grew up in ENUGU.
Perfect. I was thinking you're all these Lagos babes.
I get that a lot, but I was actually born and brought up here in ENUGU.
Okay. So, what first drew your attention to R&B, not full Afro-pop?
Okay, well, at first, I've always been a lover of good music, and I come from a musical family. So, when I was little, what we usually listened to was classical music, because my dad loved opera, singing classical music and all that. But I wasn't really into classical music at that point. So with the help of my siblings, they started listening to Mariah Carey, Whitney Houston, and Beyonce. So at that point, I knew that, okay, I'm actually interested in music and this is what I really want to do. So I think most of it has been because of my environment. So it kind of like inspired me to love R&B, and that was how I discovered it. I was like,
so, but like, how has it shaped your musical career ever since?
Well, basically, I'd say one thing about music is that it's either you have it or you don't have it. Some train themselves, which of course everyone needs to go through a certain kind of training. But then again, I knew it was something that has always been inside of me. And then watching these pop singers or these R&B singers like Mariah Carey and Whitney Houston, it kind of like started or gave me a spark. That little spark that can start a fire. That was just it for me when I was watching these great black women do things like this, and I was like, I want to do this. I know I'm in ENUGU, but this is what I really want to do at this point. So that actually shaped my mindset and made me a lover of R&B music.
Okay, so can you walk us through your craft, how you do it? You said how you've told us how you got your inspiration, which you will still elaborate more. But R&B songs are most times emotional and all that. So walk us through your crafting process.
Oh, okay. Well, basically, there are different ways artists get inspiration when writing music or starting something up. For example, writers do have writer's block sometimes, and you need to clear your head. You need to go to the beach, you need to relax. So for me, I would say what has helped me craft my music or the songs that I do is my experiences. Why do I say my experiences? For example, if I'm going through a season of let's say a romantic relationship or something love related, I'm inspired to write love songs.
Okay.
Right? Yes.
Okay.
And then let's say you have a heartbreak, right? Then I'm inspired to write a heartbreak song, which is how my song Cry Me a River came about, because I was going through a season of sadness at that point, and that was how I was able to craft the song Cry Me a River. And I didn't know that people were gonna like it. I was just doing my thing and humming my song, and the producer was like, okay, let's do this. We weren't even supposed to record that song at that point because it was an all-night session. So we just had little spare time, and he was playing the guitar because he's a guitarist. Shout out to CJ Obasi. And then I started creating melodies, because that's how I write my music. I start with melody, no words yet. I'm just, humming or singing the notes, and then before you know it, lyrics and words start coming up. But the first thing I do is that I put down my melody, I record it, and then that's how it starts for me. And then from there, we're able to arrange the song, which is the song can either start with the hook or the verse. So in this case, I started with the hook of the song, from the hook to the verse, then to the hook again, and then second verse, and that was a wrap. So that's like my process. And sometimes I don't come to the studio prepared. I don't have anything in mind. But once I get there and then I'm seeing the mood, the producer is playing the keyboard and all, things start coming out. Meanwhile, then some other times I do prepare. I'm like, okay, this is what I want to record. But I notice that songs that I don't prepare for, they do better than songs I actually
prepare
Yeah,
for.
so it's really weird, right?
Yeah. You know, I was about asking you if you craft your music through personal experience, but you already answered that. So do you craft your music through other people's stories too?
Yes, I do that too.
Okay, apart from heartbreak?
Yeah, yes. I also talk about life struggles. You know, we're in Nigeria and people do go through a lot. And I also talk about what females go through in the industry. So I haven't released that one yet. So
I'm actually going to ask you that.
It's still in my archives. So I listen to stories of different girls because I'm very, would I say emotional or sentimental when it comes to female artists, because we don't have lots of female artists who want to, you know, do the music business. I just see girls who who do music as a hobby.
But why?
Well, the pressure is real.
On women?
Yes, it is. I think women have to work twice as hard as the men in the industry.
I thought they said life is easier for women.
Well, maybe it's true to a certain degree, but I don't think life is easy for all women. Maybe some women. But then again, I know women who have actually gone through so much. And the fact that you're coming from a family or a culture who tells you not to be business-minded as a woman, who tells you, oh, you should just, you know, live your life, graduate, get married, which is all good at the end of the day. But I think everyone is put here for a purpose. So I always ask this question: why are you here? Of course, be fruitful and multiply is not just for you; it's for everybody in the world, right? Yeah. So what separates you from everybody?
Be fruitful and multiply.
Thank you. So that is what I keep saying, and I don't blame these women because sometimes they don't have that support. At least it was a bit easier for me because my dad was a music lover, my mom was a dancer. So my brother, because I'm the last, so my brothers are into music. My other brother, who he also produces. So somehow it was a bit easier, even though they were like, are you sure you want to take music seriously? You can do music like at the side, but then go to school, do your thing. I was like, I'm all for that. But music is kind of like my calling, and this is actually what I want to do. And I'm skilled in this because I see other artists who they don't have maybe the kind of background I have, and they're doing really well. So imagine someone who comes from that background of music. I think for me it's gonna be an addition.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You know, you made a statement that women in the music industry, it's always tough for them.
Yes.
Why? Because we have the likes of Simi, Yemi Alade, Irasa Thames and all.
But I can list like 50 male artists and maybe 10 female artists who are doing really well.
Why? That's my problem.
I don't know why. I don't really have all
they don't give them
answers.
attention or what?
Like I said, I feel women have to prove themselves
before they let you into that spotlight.
Yes, because there's something Bernard Boy's mom always say. She's like, if it's not given to you, you have to go take it. So let's say I walk into a studio, because I've experienced this before, and I see other male artists, they are vibing, they're doing this, they're doing that, and maybe they're expecting me to just be one side and be looking and be quiet.
Yeah.
But they see that I'm matching their energy.
Yeah.
I feel maybe some girls may not be able to do that because of, like I said, where you're coming from.
Yeah.
Because I'm already coming from a background of music. So I step into a place and they're expecting me to like just, you know, stay one place, do your girly thing. But I'm matching their energy. They're writing, I'm writing. They're creating melodies, I'm creating melodies. And at the end of it, they're like, okay, let's listen to her. So I feel as a woman, you shouldn't use because you're a woman and not be able to probably, how to explain it? Okay, like I said, like you said, you feel like women are not given that chance. And I would say if the male are writing music and it's doing really well, I think women shouldn't just sit around and become emotional, because it almost happened to me, feeling like, oh, they should allow me, but I had to learn how to go get it myself.
By yourself.
By myself, which some women are not really ready to do that. So they experience a little challenge, they go back. But the guys keep pushing. They sleep in the studio. They're studio rats. They're there. If everybody goes home, you see the guy there still recording. Or before you know it, you see him creating content. Like the men are, they're putting in so much hard
work, so you could see
so
them.
I can see that, but for the ladies, sometimes it's a bit challenging to match that energy with the guys, because that is all they are set to do. So you can see a guy, he can get married and he's still doing music. Like it doesn't even affect anything.
True.
So I think it's all about your mindset and your background, where you're coming from. While some people may not have that privilege of coming from that background, but if you're determined to do something, I think you should be able to do it. Music is a beautiful career to be in. It opens me up to be creative. I wasn't always outspoken. I was always a shy kid in class. But if you give me a mic, you see a different Zani.
Yeah.
So music was a way of me to express myself and tell people, hey, I'm here. But on a normal day, I wouldn't talk.
So have there ever been a time whereby pressure make you compromise your style?
Oh yes, I've been there.
Okay.
So of course I'm an Igbo girl. I'm from Anambra State, and they always tell me, you sound too foreign, or you do so much R&B, so much riffs and runs, so your melody is too sweet. Can't you bring it down a bit, to make it more? But like, I changed my sound. I'm not gonna lie to you. I started as a beautiful R&B hip hop singer, and I switched to Afro. Like I started doing Afro beats because I got signed to a label at some point. So that was where all the rebranding started. That was the birth of a new season for Zani Vibes. So I started up as normal R&B singer, but at some point I go for a show in the East or in ENUGU, and I'm seeing everybody vibing to some Igbo songs, and then when I come up to do my own style, they're just looking at me. Like, what is she doing here? So that made me start singing like the whole Igbo Afrobeat. I started like putting in one or two cultural stuff in my music, and then at some point I left R&B. I just gave up on R&B, and because I wanted that validation from men, I wanted them to see me and be like, oh yeah, she's doing there. Well. Yeah, I didn't want them to just look at me and stare at me like, oh, what is she singing? When she's done, please bring back the people I used to. I didn't want to go through that again. So, so it was a phase for me because I was still young, I was still coming up, and that was what I did. I just changed my sound entirely. I started doing the Afro song because I'm being pretty honest, And then my real fans, people that loved me for that R&B music, I noticed they started like, reclining, like, oh, she's no longer doing what we love. She's doing what they like. So, and secondly, I kind of like lost my authenticity at some point because I was trying to sound like every other person. So I feel as an artist, that is a mistake people make. If you're starting up as an artist, do not be afraid of making mistakes. Do not be afraid of what people will think. Oh, they're gonna laugh at me. Oh, this sound is not good. It's not. If you keep doing that, you never put any music out. I'm telling you for a fact. If you keep going back and forth with your creativity, oh, would they like it? Would they not like it? Put it out there. If you fail, you do it again. If you fail, you do it again till you get that brand and that sound. They're gonna be like, oh, this is it. This is what we're looking for. So that's what I feel artists should not be afraid of doing, because I get that a lot. You have lots of music, lots of song, but you don't want to put it out because you're scared of what people will think. And even if they reject you, and so what?
I mean,
you get so to me, it doesn't matter. It's a journey, and that's the story you're gonna tell people, because someone is watching you and they're inspired that, oh, if she can make mistakes and then come out of it, then I can do
the
too.
same thing.
So that's
how did you balance it up when you had to change your style to Afrobeat that the Enugu people understand, and you're beginning to lose fans that loved your R&B. So how did you balance it up? How did you keep that niche?
Okay, so what I did at that point was to start up what I felt like I combined them. I'll say I did some Afro R&B.
Okay.
So I'm listening to an Afrobeat song and I infuse R&B into it. If I'm doing a trap song, I infuse Afro into it. Let's say there's an instrumental or a beat and it's hip hop, I put in Afrobeat. And then if it's R&B music, I also try and put in one or two slangs that would also my fans will love, and also the Easterners can also relate to and sing along to. So that's just what I did. I just balanced it up, at the end of the day, because people always say, oh, give people what they want, and when you blow, when you get there, you are going to like sing your R&B or do whatever.
It's gonna be so difficult though.
Yeah, but the thing is that if everybody is doing that same thing, how are you sure you're gonna blow? What if that sound is what's gonna set you apart from every other person?
Amen.
I feel every artist, we all have our target audience. We all have listeners. It's not everybody that loves, Davido or Burna Boy or Wizkid. People have their preferences. Some people love Asha. They don't want the whole maybe Charlie Poppy. Some people love Charlie Poppy and they don't really want Asha. But Asha has a crowd. Charlie Poppy has his crowd. Wizkid. So the earlier an artist knows that if your song is for everybody, good and fine. But a situation whereby you have a niche, or maybe this is your forte, you could say, okay, I have my people, and if in the process of me singing for my people the song goes viral and the whole world like resonates with it, good and fine. But it's important to know that maybe you're not really for everybody, but if you are, it's even a plus for you.
High five.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for making this show quite so interesting and educational, because most people needed to hear what you said. Thank you so much. Give to Ka for Zani Vibe for joining me on my show today. So yeah, the show has come to an end. Join us same time tomorrow for more insights, more stories, more drama, more conversation. Follow us on all our social media platforms. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and enjoy the rest of your day. I remain your baby girl, Queenette Mukunta.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
When we had opportunity of participating during the midwifing of the two political parties by the military, they gave us logistics, they gave us offices, they also provided transportation, and they also funded the parties. So the only problem that we were manifesting was the issue of the money bags, those who will be influencing the electoral process. So after that regime, it was an open field for people, because looking at our electoral system, the American presidential system is a very corrupt political regime, because the constituencies are larger and the process of selection of the candidates is also very cumbersome, that the parties were managed by people who have no vision of what democracy is all about. They think it's all issue of money and money and money and deployment of the money to produce better results. So if you look at who are the bureaucrats, who are those managing the parties in Nigeria, the people managing the parties don't even know what building a political structure means. They think is just staying in office. I had the minister of FCT saying that the PDP were able to sell, form, and made about close to 14 billion naira, but they couldn't pay ground rent for their property of 7 million. So that shows you the reckless. The party system here is from top to bottom. It's not from bottom to top. The party system we are practicing is not the way the American presidential system run in the United States. So there's no idea. It's all about money, money, and money. So how do you, the average earning of the top civil servants in Nigeria, for you to earn 3 or 4 million naira a year, and somebody will pay 50 million to buy for. Politics is based on constituency interest. It's not based purely on the platform you're running. That will also have some tribute to your success. Let us look at the 3 candidates. 1, where do they come from in Anambra State? Soludo comes from Isuofia. He has only 1 ward in his political parish. The Okachukwu, his constituency, has about 2 wards coming from the neighboring town in Nnewi. So then the man from Nnewi, who is Dr. Moralo, has close to 20 wards in his primary constituency. Then look at the local government distribution. Soludo comes from Old Aguata, which are 3 local governments. Moralo and Okachukwu, Dr. Okachukwu, are sharing 4 local governments within themselves. Now, Anambra is a place where most of the politicians have no constituency. You have to have a constituency. Where do you think your votes will come from? Is it the youth? Is it the intellectual group? Is it the working class? Is it those who you feel that can do mobilization? Soludo is a governor in Anambra State with less than 115,000 votes, where the registration is about 1.8 million.
most of our leaders, the Igbo leaders, because what they want is just for their pockets. They don't think about the others. So, and we Igbos, we are hardworking, we are strong, and anywhere we go, we like to show that yes, we are there. But the problem among us is we don't trust each other. You see an Igbo man now trying to sell his own brother just for the money, which is very bad. So assuming we all come together as one, we will make Igbo land work better again.
The Igbo doesn't have a leader, because if you have money, you're a leader. That's the passion. That's the expression in Igbo land. No matter how old you are or how mature you are, if you don't have something to bring to the table, your voice can go out. But if you have money, the money speaks for you in Igbo land. But if that can be corrected, at least the youth will hear from the leaders. The young one will go from the leaders. But because of money now, they don't want to hear from the elders. And at least if they can humble themselves, hear from the elders, they will give them the past experience. So they won't repeat the mistakes that the elders will repeat it.
In Igbo land, they doesn't regard, they assume that everybody is equal. They doesn't say this person is this or this person is that. They assume that everybody is the same. It has done so many things in Igbo land to the extent that people doesn't regard the person they're supposed to regard, to give regards to or to give respect to, because of that adage, and it has caused so many things in Igbo land.
We Igbos, because I'm an Igbo, we don't.
But at times these things happen. Maybe let me confess to you that I live some distance from here and I wasn't quite in control. I could not have been in control of the traffic. But let's start and not take up all the time. June 12 is the date. I know that June 12 is a juncture in Nigeria's political journey. So we're discussing June 12, we're discussing democracy. We will be discussing the media, which is in fact our opening issue for this Thursday morning. And I have with me gentlemen thoroughly qualified, thoroughly experienced to handle these issues. By the way, my name has not changed. My name is Mwabo Zinjoko. Let me welcome you. Now, who are my guests? Can you see a smile on my face? It's because friends are here. On my left, Emma Ago. Now, I've known Emma Ago for a very long time, but I have to be thorough with the introduction so that I don't give out anything. Now, Emma Ago, at present, he is the Chief Executive Officer of Gavinta and Associate. And Gavinta and Associate is an integrated media outfit under the publishers of True Vision media platforms. And he is a consultant to the PVP Governors Forum. I'm not finished yet. Imagu was the pioneer editor of Champion newspapers, where he worked for 20 years between 1988 and 2008. And Imagu served out his last years as managing director, editor-in-chief of Champion newspapers, and he was the general secretary of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPA, and that is between 2000 and 2005. And hear this, he was the chief press secretary to the head of the interim national government in Nigeria, Chief Ernest Shoneko. So he's thoroughly qualified to discuss the June 12 matters. Emma, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you very much, Chief. I'm flattered by the introduction. I hope that I'll be able to cope with the questions that we feel.
On my right is another friend, Alpha Jardine. Alpha Jardine is also a thoroughbred media gentleman. He's now the CEO of 5671 Media. He's a media consultant.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much for having me.
Gentlemen, I think we should start a conversation this morning. The media talk. Yes, it is June 12th. Yes, it is Democracy Day in Nigeria. But let me ask you really, did the media redeem itself in reporting the June 12th crisis?
Chief, thank you for having me on this program on a day like this. And again, I would like to express the light that June 12th was declared Democracy Day because it marked a watershed in the country's effort at building a cohesive nation. And what do I mean by that? June 12th was an occasion that Nigerians literally threw away their differences, the fault lines that have dogged our movement towards nation building were literally closed, and it was an election where people bother about certain cleavages with somebody. That was Chief MK Abiola, may so rest in peace, and voted him in. It was also an election that marked, that ushered in a certain level of transparency in the electoral management in the country under the leadership of the late Professor Humphrey Nwosu. We probably would come back to that because talking about the reportage of the June 12th election, it seems to me that to the extent that Humphrey Nwosu had not been powered, the reportage has not ended because it's still not just at some of the problems of our country. But did the media redeem itself during this 12? I would say that the media was vibrant, the media was responsible, the media was vibrant, the media rose to the occasion. Of course, all of us know that the role of the media is to inform, to entertain, to educate. Did the media inform? Then the media did. Right from the time of the formation of the parties, the ups and downs, to the electoral the campaigns, to the actual conduct of the elections, the media rose to the occasion. Even in the aftermath of the election, there were challenges, as you would have in any human endeavor, but I want to believe that the media substantially acquitted itself creditably, But we can come back to the challenges that were at the time.
Now, Jandi.
Yes, sir.
You know why I asked that question? The MKO Abiola victory in that election, which has now been officially acknowledged.
That's right.
Emma says, tended to have smoothened, if not reduced, the divisive cleavages, creating a one nation objective, a one nation belief. Did the media report June 12 along that one nation objective, one nation citizenship, one nation victory?
Sadly, it did not. Let me begin this way by thanking God and thanking Nigerians for staying together in spite of what the aftermath of that election was. Let me also use this opportunity to congratulate every Nigerian, because this is the first time in well over 25 years that as a nation we have progressed along democratic tenets. Whatever side of the divide you belong, be it that you believe we have a democracy or we have just civil rule, whatever it is, we've not had military incursion in well over 25 years. So for me, that is a plus. Now, to answer your question, the media, I don't think, was nationalistic in approach as far as reportage of the aftermath not events leading to the election, not events during the election, but immediately after the annulment, whatever we are celebrating today actually started there. Yes, as Chief did mention, Nigerians said, in spite of our differences, let's give somebody a mandate. But there was a reason. And what was this reason? We wanted the military out. And if a Muslim ticket then was something that, of course, later became an issue, was the way out, Nigerians didn't see why it should be that a bother. MKO Abiola, at that point in time, well-lived billionaire, a philanthropist, a sports person, he was well known. Nigerians said, okay, let's give him the mandate. The idea was to get the military out at all costs. But of course, that was not to happen. Thereafter, we have 8-month interregnum where Shinekon was president, may his soul rest in peace. We had General Abacha, who came up for almost 5 years, and of course, right through to where we are today, when General Abdulsalami Abubakar thought it wise to, no, General Abdulsalami Abubakar was the one that was there for about 8 months to hand over power to, General Obasanjo. We had every other person that came thereafter and to where we are today. But looking at the way the media reported it, I don't think it was nationalistic, because at some point, the media isolated itself along the same crevices that was thrown away so that the military will leave power. So in my opinion, the media at some point divided itself. The northern media that wasn't very strong, as it were, if you are to compare it to what was happening in the western part of the country, was not
as committed.
That's the whole idea. Why? Because you could see that immediately after the aftermath of June 12th, we somehow all went back to our crevices, unfortunately. And hence, the Nigerian media, I can tell you, still remains one of the very vibrant. Because if we understand the workings of the Nigerian media, and the fact that you tune to a radio station every day, you hear a voice, you tune to the TV, you see visuals, you see voices, you go to the newspaper stand, of course, the online thing has really crept in now. There is always somebody somewhere doing something to entertain, to inform, and to educate. It tells you that the commitment of the average media person in Nigeria, I must confess, is strong. But to answer your question, will I say the media was very nationalistic after the aftermath of June 12th? I don't quite share that opinion.
I think I'd like to weigh in there. The issue of nationalism remains a debatable one. Again, we're talking about nation. Then I think we should always try to make a distinction between nation and nation state. Have we been able to build a nation? That should be the starting point. A nation is a concept that gives you a sense of belonging, that the nation owns you and you take ownership of the nation. Is psycho-emotional construct. It's something that you are born into and you see yourself as belonging there. The nation state is a geographical expression. In Nigeria, there are several nations. I would argue, and I stand to be corrected, that we don't have a nation yet. We didn't even have a nation there. The average Nigerian sees himself the first nation the person knows is his ethnic group. And people will tell you that I'm this before I'm a Nigerian. Having a nation means that certain fundamentals have to be in place. Fundamentals of equity, fundamentals of justice, fairness, even-handedness. So, if in the aftermath of June 12, the convergence that made the media to act as one disappeared, then the question is what led to that? Because as you rightly said, Nigeria didn't care that there was a Muslim ticket. Again, because Abiola as a person was seen, in fact, as the nation. People were prepared to buy into him because he was all over the place. But in the aftermath of the elections, of course, politicians started giving meaning and interpretations that rather emphasize, prioritize primordial sentiment over having that coalition of interest to build a united nation. If you remember, after some time, even the ticket was like, it became a divided ticket. There was a time even the vice president couldn't really be found. And the media does not operate in isolation. The media is a microcosm of the society.
The media is a victim of the Nigerian society.
Media performance is anchored on several factors. Number one, ownership.
Yeah.
Ownership defines editorial philosophy.
But should it?
Of course.
It never changes anywhere in the world. Anywhere in the world, media, whether it's in Britain or in the US, in fact, in their case, it is ideologically.
In fact, when you're done, I will want to come from
It's ideologically based. Sometimes you see journalists, get angry and they walk out because ownership has determined what is happening. And they don't so Nigeria is not a.
And an exception, yes.
And you raised the question, you said at the time, the North, the northern media did not seem, to be as
committed to the cause of.
Because I remember, I was in Champion newspapers, and we wrote an editorial. Memories can be very short. We referred to write an editorial to say Nigerians have spoken. Notwithstanding the fact that the owner was in NRC, the late Chief Emmanuel, the nation rest in peace. He was in NRC, to first party. But we wrote that Nigerians have spoken, that the election should be announced. That editorial was a response to another editorial written by another newspaper from another part of the country saying that the election should be cancelled because the people from the place had gone to farm on the election.
We'll get back. I just want to tell our viewers this morning that what we are looking at as our first take, because all throughout today, we'll be dwelling on this June 12th experience, the Democracy Day, definition of democracy, how healthy Nigerian democracy has been from this morning till the end of the day. It is a Democracy Day special. And for this morning, we're looking at June 12th. Did the media miss an opportunity? Let me repeat. June 12th. Did the media miss an opportunity? Now, Jadine,
yes,
let us get the conversation back on track.
All right.
Now, Emma had said that the election, though Muslim ticket.
That's right.
Nigerians accepted it.
Because Nigerians wanted the military out.
It was a pan-Nigerian victory. Now, but you said that the media wasn't quite cohesive.
Yes.
Did not seem to be heading to a single direction.
That's right.
Which Emma has said should be nationalistic.
Was the media patriotic? We didn't see the level of patriotism that would have been required. And come to think of it, don't forget that we were just coming out of a military interregnum that happened through from 1983 right through to 1993. And hence, the media in itself cannot isolate itself from global events. He made mention of the fact that the media ownership plays a very critical role in what goes out and probably what comes in. In fact, that lays the base. But there's something I also need to add. Let's not forget, the argument often out there that we live in a nation where the conundrums are along fault lines. What are these fault lines? Ethnicity, religion? I quite don't. I want to see if we can get to change the
Let me
narrative.
ask you, Jagdi.
Yes, sir.
You just said along fault lines of ethnicity, religion.
Created by a certain group of persons.
Yeah. Is the media incapable of riding above these cleavages?
There was.
If Nigerians accepted Abiola and Ambassador, his running mate,
Baba Gana
Kingibe, and did not mind religion in voting them in.
Yes.
Why? How did the media go away from that common person's commonality and say this is our nation, this is our victory?
It wasn't the media. It was Nigerians, probably with the media guiding them, informing them of the need to say bye-bye to military rule and let's give credence to democracy.
See, I want to push it to something.
Okay.
At a point, the media narrative on the June 12th issue became ethnicized. And I'm not going to fight shy of telling you the narrative at a point. The narrative turns to the annulment was the denial of a Yoruba man from becoming Nigeria's president.
That's right.
Instruments of opposition quickly assumed a pan-Yoruba force against an intransigent military.
That's right.
And the media got sucked into that narrative. Mark it. A pan-Nigerian victory. The ordinary person did not mind who those candidates were.
That's right.
Whether they were from the north or south, or whether they were Muslims and all Christians, and they voted as credible, acceptable Nigerians. And the media found itself reporting it as a denial of a Yoruba victory.
The owner of the mandate, which was the Nigerian people, not necessarily MP Abiola, not necessarily the SDP, as at that time, we all remember came out to say General Babangida didn't want to hand over power to him because he didn't come from General Babangida's side of the country. He said it. I think he made that comment shortly after one of his trip overseas.
Abiola.
That's Abiola himself, okay? Now, I don't want to lose my trend of thought. I want to say something. If you look at the Nigerian situation today, sir, and I say this with due respect to everybody, you made in your comments, you made mention of, you called him the ordinary Nigerian, which is you and I. The ordinary Nigerian can live in any part of this country unmolested. I come from the plateau. I know of Igbo people that have lived in my part of the village for over 80 years before I was born. I know of Yoruba families whose children have intermarried with my people. That is the ordinary Nigerian. You see, the narrative that we have been ethnicized, we have been polarized along religious lines. Once upon a time in this country, we just celebrated Salah. Before the economy took a downturn, sir, on Salah day in my house, we don't cook. Because by the time you wake up, there are dishes from your Muslim neighbors. And same is on Christmas Day. They don't need to cook in their houses. Because all your Christian, I remember then my uncle will carry myself, the little boys around, take us out to the parks. I remember my Muslim friends will be asking me, when is that your Salah coming? Me too, I'll be asking them, when is that your Christmas coming? That was the unity of purpose that this country was predicated upon. But it happens not to be the case today. Now, coming to the media, what is the media doing along same? What polarizes us? Would it be the media ownership that eventually everybody, once upon a time, let's not forget, sir, before June 12, 1999, what was the strength of the Nigerian media, most especially the private media? What is the level of training as far as the media is concerned today? You and I know the power of the media. We are all media people. You have a lot more experience than, sitting here talking to him, talking to you, it's a great privilege. I count it an honor. to be interviewed by, I'm sitting here talking, with people of your cream. But it still remains, the Nigerian media needs to evolve. The Nigerian media needs to give credence to that holds us as one. I want to see a Nigerian media that is nationalistic in scope. I want to see a Nigerian media that is patriotic in reporting the economy, in reporting insecurity, in reporting issues that border on religion. The Nigerian media should know what to report and also know what not to report. There are things you should blank out.
Yeah, Emma, the Nigerian media should. The Nigerian media, from my own perspective, just questioning. You said they performed creditably. How did the conversation change from a pan-Nigerian challenge or a pan-Nigerian loss to a group loss, a regional loss?
Well, I tried to, my comment I had, put it in perspective. And I did say that after the annulment, the narrative changed. My good friend talked about Igbos and Yorubas, people non-indigenous, quote unquote, who resided in this place comfortably. It's a case all over Nigeria. Of course, if you go to where there's a place called Amount, where
their grandfathers,
they have lived there up till now, they still live there. And it's important to raise that issue because it is quite fundamental. You see, you don't sow cassava and you reap cocoyam.
Not at all.
It is said that what you want a person to be, you teach a person from childhood.
That's right.
There are fundamentals that, in my view, ought to be handled first before you can get to the level of nationalism that you aspire or you desire. For instance, if we had to build a nation, means that a certain level of consciousness has to be created along a certain path. Till today, you have in the country indigenous and non-indigenous. The person whose grandfather lived in that village and in my village is still a non-indigenous.
Sadly.
And the person may not have even visited his ancestral home since he was born, and his 30 years, he still writes non-indigenous. And he writes maybe Imo State. Ideally, the person should write Plateau State. State of origin. It is the place of his father is his ancestral home. I was born in the Midwest. The first language I spoke was Yoruba. As a Catholic, Catholics go for confession. My confession was English and Yoruba. It was just before the war, as we went to my place, the former Eastern region, that I started picking Igbo seriously. So, ordinarily, my state of origin ought to be Delta. It's my grandfather who came from Igbo State. When I was born, but if you want to build a nation, there are things we must eliminate. And luckily, in many documents, they have removed tribe. In the past, tribe was first.
Their religion.
Religion is a personal thing. Why are we prioritizing it over the things that hold us together? Because religion divides us. We know it. Because it's very emotional, it's very sentimental. We scarcely agree. The same thing with ethnicity. I say this because the last day, if you build something or not, it will collapse. If you are looking at media performance in the context of Nigeria, without looking at
the fundamentals,
then you miss it because the journalist comes from a place. The journalist comes from a place. And you will not deny, as I speak, that politicians, maybe from your area, still call meetings of top journalists from your place.
Definitely.
As a matter of fact, let me give you an example. In 2010, when the Yaraba illness became pronounced, may so rest in peace, a fantastic guy that would all miss. I am aware of meetings that were being held. Again, in some parts of the country, because it became a very big argument whether Jonathan should succeed him or not. And you're talking about nationalism. People, first of all, were carried away by particularistic nationalism, the nationalism of ethnic group, the nationalism of geopolitical zone. Thanks to the courage of senators, the people who came about, the integrity group.
The eminent Nigerian group.
The
integrity group.
The integrity group in the Senate was the one that proposed the doctrine of
necessity. But list.
Which was proposed by Senator Bala Mohammed. It was that particular, motion that made it possible, that changed the narrative. Before then, the narrative was, should Jonathan be president? Should he assume that office?
I mean, so, that was way out of it. You understand?
The journalists were being called to meetings all over the place over it. The journalist does not exist in isolation. The point I'm trying to make is that for things to change, it's just like when people talk about electoral rigging or election rigging, or when people talk about the police on the highway, taking money. My experience is that when all your documents are correct and nothing resolved with your vehicle, the police will ask you to pass.
In most instances, yes.
In most instances?
Yes.
It is also true that it is because politicians want to rig election that the electoral managers have
yes.
into electoral managers. Because if the politicians say we are not going to rig elections, let the winner emerge. So politicians are not going to say a particular ethnic group, leave this place if you are not going to vote for a particular candidate. Then there won't be that crisis. The media is a reflection of the society. Simplicity. So we need to call a spade a spade. That is why even our religious leaders can lead a demonstration over a government when the economy is good. And when the economy is very bad, they will not need a demonstration.
Granted.
I'm not trying to protect or defend the media. I'm speaking realistically. I don't want to, try to rub and cake or generalize a situation that is actually real.
Chief, I agree 100%. Yes.
It is, you had said that the ordinary Nigerian.
That's right.
Lives together.
Yes.
And it's not broken by religious or ethnic consideration.
That's my point.
In other words, this is a process blighted by elite
manipulations.
Elite interest.
That's right.
Now, because Paparizza is giving some sign. That is a democracy. We are raising this because of Democracy Day.
That's right.
If media got sucked in by the same fault line, the same faults within the elite class, how do you think the Nigerian media should help Nigeria's democratic process to overcome the weaknesses that is imposed on it by the elite?
So I just turned 54 last week. The kind of primary school I went to.
Congratulations for youth.
Thank you. The kind of primary school I went to and what I got taught in school then is not what is being taught today. We had what we call social studies, and it was all about patriotism. It was all about virtue. It was all about respect for elders. It was all about there is a country called Nigeria. It was all about if we all work towards unifying this country, we can become the synergy of the world. I remember that way back when, right? Let's not also forget in your earlier comments when you talked about the integrity group, let's not forget the role people like Chief Emeka Anyaoku played. During that conundrum, whether Jonathan should succeed the late president or not. Let's not forget the role people like the late President Shehu Shagari played. The eminent group, I think that's what they were called, they also played a role. You understand? The patrons. Now, the whole idea is that for anybody then to have even thought that when a president dies, and constitutionally talking about democracy, his vice should not step in, probably because his vice does not come from that part of the country. Come on, it's ludicrous. I can never believe that almost 60 years after independence, we still give room to some of these whims and caprices of what should have been in our past. Sir, 100% as senior colleagues, I agree with him. But to answer your question, how can the Nigerian media change the narrative? There was something he said. We exist to educate, we exist to inform, we exist to entertain. Should we go on entertaining and seeing that we give credence to that which divides us than that which should unite us? Agreed. Call it media ownership. Call it whatever reason. Most people that want to be presidents in Nigeria go and establish media institutions. It started with Abiola. He eventually almost got there. Anyway, we all know what is happening. We don't need to we don't have all that time. No, we don't. Well, we understand his name is nowhere. The Senate President has good.
Correct?
Very good.
So towards appropriating power, you establish.
So that goes to tell you the power and the strength that comes with the media and also media ownership. But the bottom line is, my take is, I wish as media men and women, in spite of our differences, let's put Nigeria first. What is a democracy? Often, government of the people, for the people, by the people. It goes beyond that. Democracy is about balancing power. Democracy is about conflict resolution. Democracy is about seeing that power resides with the people. It's only the media that can hamper these virtues. Is it perfect? No. Even in the US, as Oga here said, we all know that the problem Trump had with CNN, he was more, Fox News, because somehow they are Republican in scope and what have you. Now, the bottom line is, look at what Trump is doing today. Hardly his chief press secretary doesn't even have a job now. Because if he's flying on board Air Force One, he's talking to the media on Air Force One. These days, they come into the Oval Office. Back in those days, it was not the situation. Individualism, individual differences as it were.
I need to make, you were talking about generational gap between us. I must let you know that I'm also learning a lot from you. Because learning is a lifelong process.
Yes, sir.
Yes, that's the matter. Chief, sir, when we started, I talked about the fundamentals. One is that, and this is where the legislature, the political class, they have the people to play. If we want the media to play the kind of role we want, the dispassionate, detached, patriotic, objective, quote unquote, objective in parentheses role, it's a long journey because we missed the road. We must redirect ourselves first to lay the foundations that will make people believe that they live in a nation. First of all, we should eliminate this thing of indigenous and non-indigenous. It doesn't make sense. I have 3 children. I had only one in Owerri. The other 2 I had in Lagos. Many years ago, when they were in school, because of the school they attended in Lagos, I told my wife, get ready for in-laws that are not Igbos. Because of the school they attended, and it is playing out. They say this is a red woman, this person, that person. Then those are people coming to homes. And these children, you can't talk to them about ethnicity per se, because their mindset has changed.
Beginning from the base.
Yes, exactly. So let's remove this. If somebody lives in Owerri and he comes from Adamawa and he gives birth to children in Owerri,
those are images of Imo State.
The ancestral home is just like the Indian living in America.
Yes, sir.
But it goes on.
Or Trump, the German, who is the president.
So that's number one. So because it is the mind that conditions the whole of this. Number 2, the notion of equity, fairness, and justice must be
entrenched in governance.
And superimposed on our DNA. We must begin to do things. Many time and time again, some people talk about being left out, some people talk about marginalization, and people have nothing like them. Incidentally, in the country today, everybody is talking about that. And because we're talking about elections. And he talks about the media. I think the media should take up the matter of Professor Humphrey Mosu. Because without his stubbornness, they wouldn't have been June 12.
That's right.
Every effort was made at every point to stop that election. He stubbornly refused. The story was out there, and it has not been denied, of how he was physically assaulted to stop the election. The Mosu didn't just stop the elections. The story is there. He was literally under threat of death. Yes. And all the things that were being done, court cases, etc., were instigated, masterminded by people outside his purview. The man did everything, and today we still regard that election as the most transparent. And he produced a president who posthumously was crowned president with the GCFR conferred on him. Every place in Nigeria has been named after him. The vice presidential candidate has also had his own GCOM.
Who abandoned the ticket.
Good. But the man who stood his ground and produced his team together and produced that election that is being celebrated today. A senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria went to the Senate and described him as a coward. And all of us are agreeing, including the media you are talking about, including the presidency. I am shocked that up till now, President Tinubu, the man I respect for the role he played in Nigeria, who stood his ground, who broke every opposition, who even as governor stood for democracy and multi-party democracy.
That's right.
Resisted a strong president that he's listening to people who are calling Humphrey Mosu a coward. Listen. My experience shows that any place where there's no justice, what they're expecting from the media cannot hold. That is the plight of
Jardine, I won't give you another shot because my producer says you are indisciplined. You have overshot your time. But I also accuse him of not beginning this program dead on time. This conversation today, June 12, will not end until tonight. Because program after program today, it will be a June 12 affair, Democracy Day affair. But for this early morning, my Abuja studio, let me thank my guests. Emma Ago, former Managing Director, Champion Newspapers, former Editor, Champion Newspapers, Chief Executive Officer of Gaventa and Associate, and what you are watching on the screen, former Chief Press Secretary to the head of Interim National Government. Emma, thank you very much for coming.
And I'd like to use this opportunity to congratulate Honorable Martin Yelo on the achievement of his vision.
Thank you very much.
Signature TV on SLTV. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And my brother on the plateau.
Thank you so much. Yes, sir.
All my years in Jos, I celebrate like June 12. I enjoyed every second of it.
Jos is probably the best part of the country to come from when we talk about the weather, when we talk about the people. And trust me, in spite of all you hear, it still remains the home of peace and tourism.
Yes, it is. Alpha Jardine, the CEO of 5671, and is a media consultant. And to you who followed us throughout this morning, I want to thank you for investing your time with us. Please, from 10 o'clock this morning, we are going to be having a town hall on this same issue. This studio will be filled and we're allowing you to call in. But for this morning, thank you very much. And let's hand you over to our ENUGU studio. Thank you for investing your time with us. We meet at 10 o'clock.
conversation. Good morning, Nigeria. Today is June 12, 2025, a day that holds a special place in our nation's history. We honor the courage of Nigerians who stood up for democracy, and we take a moment to reflect on how far we've come and how much further we need to go. And for the past couple of days, we've been discussing June 12 and, the events that occurred in 1993. But our conversation today will be centered on Ndi, the marginalization of Ndi in the history of June 12. And we have a guest joining us live via Zoom. His name is Ozoma Chidi Nobis Elendo. He is a legal practitioner. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Signature. Good morning, Signature TV.
Good morning to you. It's our pleasure having you on the program.
Oh, the pleasure and honor is mine to be here with you.
So June 12 is, widely remembered as one of the very important moments of democracy in Nigeria. But the narrative often seems centered on the Southwest and the Yoruba struggle. So why do you think that the Igbo story seems to be absent in, this memory of June 12?
Everything about Nigeria today, at least since I started reading newspapers, and since I started having some interest in the political climate, everything about Nigeria has always been the Southwest. The Southwest has always taken monopoly, has always arrogated to themselves the prime place of being the architect of the foundation of the country called Nigeria. That is understandable. If you don't blow your trumpet, nobody will blow it for you. And if somebody decides to be lackadaisical and complacent about his rights, about his interest, that is his business. So I don't have any grounds against the Southwest for arrogating to themselves the achievements made in a democratic march as symbolized in the June 12 struggle. But that's a fallacy of monumental proportion. It is a fallacy because the Southwest actually had no role to play in June 12. They didn't play. If they did play any role, I think it would be false. It would be improper for me to say that they had no role to play. They played a role, but the principal actors are from the Igbo land. In Nigeria, you cannot talk about June 12 without talking of the man called Professor Nwosu. As a matter of fact, Professor Nwosu comes before Abiola himself. Because if there was no Professor Nwosu, there could not have been a June 12. And I speak from an informed and knowledgeable position because I played a role in June 12. And I met Abiola in person. I also met Professor Nwosu in person. I know all the principal actors in June 12. Personally, I had personal interaction with them because I participated in the legal tussle over June 12. So I speak from informed position. But why I say that I do not envy, I do not in any manner at all hold any grounds against the Yorubas is, there's a popular saying in my place that says, if a person does not lick his lips, the Hamatan wind will lick it for him. If the Igbo man decides to be complacent and sits down and not write his own history, he cannot blame the person who stands up, takes a seat, takes a pen, takes a paper, and writes his own history. And that is what the Yoruba man has done. And I congratulate them for that. I commend them for that. So Igbos should not be crying and weeping over a wound they inflicted upon themselves. They should write their history. If the Yoruba man owns newspapers, they both pride themselves to be the merchants of commerce in Nigeria. They pride themselves to be the people who has the acumen to trade and do all sorts of commercial activities. They do the importing and the exporting. Why can't they import printing materials and start typing and start printing and start writing about their participation, their involvement in June 12? So they want the Yorubas to write those actions of theirs for them? Answer is no. Answer is no. So the Igbo man should stop this idea, oh, they did this to me, they did that to me. I always say it, I do not agree with this issue of marginalization. I don't agree, I don't accept it. I do not accept it. We fought a war, yes. We lost a war, yes. And so what? You started struggle after the war with only 20 pounds. Which Awolowo, a Yoruba man, said they should give to you. Endorsed by Gowon, a so-called Hausa man who actually is not from Hausa. He's from Plateau. Plateau is not Hausa. But because he has this slave mentality, he sees himself as an Hausa man. He endorsed the 20-pound allocated to every Igbo man after the war. With that 20 pounds, the Igbo man has become what he is today in Nigeria. So if you could rise above those whose bread was buttered and become what you are today, a significant factor in the development of the country, why must you be crying marginalization? I always say, please, forget this. There's nothing like marginalization. We must go back home. As my brother Zife did say, think home. Akuruono. Go and develop your place. Leave Lagos, leave Abuja. Develop your place. The Yoruba man should come to East to buy his goods. The Hausa man should come to the East to buy his goods. And let's see who develops more and who actually is marginalizing who. But you want people to write your history for you. And you want to say, oh, it is me that did this. You want them to say that it is you that did that. Nobody is going to do that for you. That is my position. The Igbo man is not marginalized. We have only failed to take up the gauntlet and assert our position in Nigeria.
So you mentioned complacency as one of the issues Igbo people have. But is it really an issue of complacency, or is it historical oversight, or maybe a deeper political exclusion that is at play?
One thing leads to the other. There's a case of 6 and 8. Now, the fundamental issue is to actually go back in history to the starting point. At what point in time did the Igbo man become marginalized? Marginalized in parentheses. At what point in time? Everything about marginalization started after the war. Before the war, the Igbos held the levers of every aspect of development in Nigeria. In any aspect, in education, in the civil service, if you read the history, it is all about the Igbos. But somehow, possibly for lack of insight or hindsight, the Igbo man shot himself on the foot. How did he do that? After the war, or before the war rather, those who organized the coup the principal actors who have been alleged to be Igbos. Ordinarily, if they were really Igbos, they wouldn't have organized the coup, because the president of the country at that time was an Igbo man. The Senate president, an Igbo man. The highest in the military, the only major general in Nigeria, the first in Africa, as a matter of fact, an Igbo man. Eastern region was developing faster than any other region in Nigeria. Forget what they say about Awolowo and the rest of them. You have to go and look at the history, really. See what Michael Obara was doing in the Eastern region. And you compare it. Malaysia today, everybody tells you Malaysia is the biggest in oil industry. That is palm oil. Where did they get the seedlings? From Igbo land. So, but this issue of marginalization cropped up after the war. And it was instituted by the Yorubas, championed by Awolowo, led by Awolowo, who then was a commissioner for finance. In those days, he was called commissioner for finance and the vice chairman of the Federal Executive Council. He advised that 20 pounds will be paid, only 20 pounds will be paid to the Igbos. So no matter how much you have in the bank, whether you have billion or whatever, only 20 pounds. That was in continuation of his stagnation policy, starvation policy, which was introduced during the war and which actually crippled the Igbo nation and led to the fall of Biafra. Without that policy, believe you me, I do not think Biafra would have lost the war. But starvation was actually the instrument that was employed or deployed to kill Biafra. So, but what I keep saying is this: yes, we all have come to know that this is actually what has happened, but then can we keep on bemoaning that position? God gave the Igbo man a natural talent to make something out of nothing. Why don't we deploy that talent to create an environment of prosperity in our own clime? The federal government does not recognize the Igbo nation. Yes. So what? In Anambra State, there are a lot of people, individuals who build roads, provide water pipe, borne water, provide electricity to their various communities. As a matter of fact, the Igbo man does not rely on government for the development of its communities. That is certain, that is obvious. And it's for anybody to go and verify. According to my friend Peter Obi, you asked you to go and verify. Go and verify. The little they get from the federal, the crumbs they get from the federal allocation is just used to pay salaries and nothing more. It is individuals who have developed the Igbo nation. So we do not want to continue to bemoan this overflowed issue of marginalization. That is just what I mean. That is what I insist that the Igbo man should do. And not every day, oh, who is marginalizing who? Look at the northern people. Look at the western people who you see, who you claim or you think the federal government has favored. If you go to their villages, you see that the villages are deserted. There's no sign of government in those villages. They may have roads, but what have they used the road for? Nothing. You see shanties in Europe, in the north. You see shanties in the west. But go to the east. You see mansions. You see people, healthy people, vibrant people. So I insist that the Igbos should take their destiny in their hands and do that which their fathers, their forefathers, did immediately after the war. I don't know whether you heard the story about how ZVC was.
Do you think that the war and the policies, you know, that came with the war affected Igbo's reintegration into, you know, the Nigerian, the national political space and, you know, the political sphere in general in Nigeria?
The Igbos have not been integrated into the national political space. So the word integration is a non sequitur, does not follow, does not apply. Whoever tells you that the Igbos have been integrated is a big liar. Take the case of the zoning of political presidential seats, the last of which happened in PDP. If you think of integration, you ask yourself, why must PDP, founded by an Igbo man, refuse stubbornly, but to their detriment, to zone the presidency to the east? Why? Ask yourself, how many Igbo men has ever been a member of the defense apparatus? How many? How many Igbo men hold important position, even in the government you have today in Nigeria? How many? Where is federal government presence in Igbo land? Show me one industry that was built by by the federal government in Igbo land. Show me one federal road that is not infested with potholes in Igbo land. Show me one rail line constructed by the government, the federal government in Igbo land. Go to the Supreme Court. Go to immigration. Go to customs. Show me one single Igbo man who holds a high position in those institutions. So when you talk about integration, I do not know what you mean by that, but my simple understanding of the word integration tells me that the Igbos have not been recognized as part and parcel of the country called Nigeria. We are just existing. Before now, the country called Nigeria was standing on tripod, on three legs, what they call the tripod. The first of that tripod is Igbo. Because the NC won all the elections in Nigeria. They always win majority of the elections, followed by the NPC and then the Action I've forgotten actually the correct pronunciation, but that is the Awolowo's party, the Action Party of Nigeria or something, I don't know. So those three parties, it is the NCNC that held sway. That actually led to Zik winning the premiership position in Western Nigeria. And he held sway in Lagos. Zik was actually the person who showed up people like Atafa Belewa. But where are we today? There's no sphere of federal authority that you see any man holding a prime position, not one. Is it the armed forces? Is it the police? Just tell me, show me one. So you'll be deceiving yourself if you think that the word integration applies to the Igbos. The Igbos are just Nigerians on the lips. Practically, the Nigerians do not recognize the Igbos as part of them. It's just as simple as that. But I love Nigeria because my father is one of the founding fathers of Nigeria. So, and I cannot destroy a house that I built. I grew up being in Nigeria. I wasn't born in Nigeria anyway, but I grew up being a Nigerian. And everything about me is Nigeria. So, I cannot, because the people who are the leadership position in Nigeria refuse to recognize the Igbos as part of Nigeria, say that I'm not a Nigerian. I am a Nigerian, full-blooded Nigerian, and I'm proud to be a Nigerian, because I know that no matter whatever you think, when push comes to shove, you must recognize me. When the Igbo man sits among his peers in Nigeria, the Igbo man shines better than any other person. Look at the examinations, WAEC, JAM, any examination in Nigeria. It is the Igbo man that comes first before any other person. If you go outside Nigeria, go to America, go to London, see the impact of Igbo men. So integrated or not integrated, Igbo is what it is. The Igbos, we are the Igbos. And we are naturally given to making things happen. We are naturally given to turning a desert into a fertile land. So we are here, and nobody can drive us away. Forget the issue of integration. Forget the issue of integration. With or without integration, the Igbos have come to be. And without the Igbos, I tell you something, there will be no Nigeria.
Okay, and you've also spoken about, you know, Igbo people telling their story instead of waiting for other people to tell their story for them. And earlier on,
Yes,
you mentioned that you were part and you contributed during that election in 1993. So can you share with us, you know, what your contributions were as part of, you know, letting people know Igbo people's contribution and telling our story as well?
First and foremost, the first thing to say here is, if you recall, I said, without Humphrey Nwosu, Professor Humphrey Nwosu, there wouldn't have been June 12th. Humphrey Nwosu laid the foundation of democracy in Nigeria. And that Humphrey Nwosu comes from my local government, my old local government, the Agwata division of East Central State, the Agwata division of Anambra State, and today, part of the what we call the old Agwata Union, where I come from. If you recall, during the June 12th saga, there was an association called the ABN, who actually were the one instrumental to the truncating of the June 12th through the judiciary. Professor Nwosu introduced in Nigeria what is now known as Option A4, where the African example of democracy was practicalized and demonstrated. Option A4. If the option A4, if Nigeria is not what it is, if Nigeria is a country that recognizes excellence, there cannot be any issue about this issue, a question of electoral reform or trying to bring up issues, make provisions under the Electoral Act that can never ever be applied or implemented. Option A4 is the one, is a principle that actually reenacted the abrogated Osuke system in Nigeria. And when I say Osuke system in Nigeria, I'm using that advisedly. What do I mean by that? If you are an Osu in Igbo land in the old days, you don't come to the community village square to speak or to do anything. Same thing applied in option A4. You may be a professor, you may be a billionaire, you may be a Teze, you may be a Tonzeribe, you may be whoever, you may be Bangida, you may be Abiola, you may be Bola Tinubu. If you come to the village during the election and you have never been participating in the village affairs, believe you me, you will fail. Because the villagers will line up behind those persons who they have been associating with and who they know as having been contributing to the development of the village, not someone who came from nowhere and thinks he can share money everywhere in the night and then go and carry the ballot box and run away. No. So those who were not used to the development of their localities were rejected by the localities as Osu people in Igbo land, in Nigeria as a whole. You couldn't have rigged that election because the people mandate was sustained. That was when the seed of democracy was planted in Nigeria. And the man who did it is an Igbo man. He refused to accept bribes from everywhere. Even when the president threatened to kill him, when they sent people to go and shoot him, he said, look, shoot, but this election, I must conclude it. Now you are asking me how I was involved and what I did. I mentioned ABN to you. ABN were the people who actually took the matter to court. And I don't know what I should say this, but I think I should. I was the head of chambers of the legal firm of the law firm of Chief Philip Umade, senior advocate of Nigeria. May God bless his soul. I was the one assigned to move the motion to stop the June 12th election, the counting of the results and the rest of them. And I refused to do that. And that led to my the first quarrel and the major quarrel, the major challenge I had with my principal. Eventually, I had to leave the chambers. So I know the story of June 12th, inside out, very well. I know about the decrees that stopped even the courts from hearing any case regarding June 12th. So I know about it, and I played a role. My role was not to move that motion. And it's on paper. It's not something you mouth, it's on paper. I don't know whether I've satisfied you with that.
Well, you have to a reasonable extent. Now, looking at the present agitation
not on this TV.
for Biafra and this stronger push for, Igbo people wanting to be set free from Nigeria as a whole and to have their own Biafra. Do you think that this is it stems from the memory of constantly being sidelined, particularly in events like the June 12th and other events that have occurred in the country?
Please, can you repeat the question? I didn't get the beginning of the question well. Can you repeat it? Can you repeat the question?
Okay, so I'll take the question again. Yeah. I said, with the recent rising agitation for Biafra currently, and the stronger push for restructuring and Igbo people wanting to be set free from Nigeria as a country and to have their own, which is Biafra, do you think that this stems from a memory of being sidelined from in moments like such as the June 12th election and other events that have occurred in the country similar to that one?
You see, the question of emancipation is as old as history. At each point in time, you see people seeking to have their individual identity. Today, in Nigeria, you must have heard of the clamor for Oduduwa Republic. You must also have heard the clamor for Arewa. The clamor of the Igbos to have Biafra is not something that started today. It's something that started with the pogrom, something that started with the genocide. It's something that Ojukwu fought for. I do not think that the Biafra you are talking about now is the Biafra that Ojukwu fought for or that the Igbos fought for. But the only reason why I think everybody talks about Biafra, 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 and when I say everybody, I'm not limiting myself to the Igbos. It is both everybody, is for everybody in Nigeria talks about Biafra. What is Biafra? What is Biafra? Biafra is an agitation for the Igbo man to be reintegrated in his country, Nigeria. It is a struggle of a people to be recognized as part and parcel of their own country called Nigeria. It is the refusal to integrate or reintegrate. It is the refusal to recognize the people of a particular section of a country called the East by the conspiracy of the West and the North that led to the agitation that eventually culminated in what today is called IPOB. I believe that is what you're talking about.
Yes.
I'm not here to discuss IPOB, but I discuss the general understanding of my people, the Igbo people, that they want to be part and parcel of Nigeria where justice, equity, and fairness prevail.
All right, Ozoma Chidi Nobis Elendu, I wish we could continue with this conversation, but we have run out of time. Thank you so much for your time and for shedding light on this topic. It's my pleasure.
The pleasure is mine. Thank you very much.
Well, our conversation continues right after this timeout. Stay with us. Welcome back. We are still on the conversation of the day, June 12th, our Democracy Day. And we just finished having a conversation with Chidi Nobis Elendu, looking at the marginalization of Ndi Igbo on the history of June 12th. And this next conversation, we are going back in retrospect, looking at June 12th, in retrospect, the drama and the actors, with Mazi Emeka Umabalasi. He is a criminologist and a researcher, head International Society for Civil Liberties and Rule of Law, Inter-Society. Good morning, Emeka. How do you do? Can you hear me, Emeka? Good morning.
Clearly, I say I'm okay. Good morning to you too. I can hear you clearly.
Okay. Now let's get to the basics. Since we're looking at June 12 in retrospect, what exactly happened on June 12, 1993? Why is this date rather so significant in Nigeria's history?
Well, the issue of June 12th is very forever remain important and significant in the history of Nigeria, especially in the history of the country's democracy. You know, those of us in very young then, we saw all that happened. It connotes a process of the sanctity and sacredness of the ballot box, the sacredness attached to the right of the people to choose their leaders. And that was the first time in the modern history of Nigeria and its democratic dispensation, during which Nigerians, irrespective of their ethnicity, religious or tribal, gender, and what have you devised, took the bull by the horn by, taking a decision to elect one of the two leading presidential candidates, the person of Tofa and Moshood Abiola, as the next president of Nigeria, and they went to the poll, stayed at the ballot box, cast their votes, only for the military then that was pretending to be midwifing democratic process, and with a lot of promise to hand over the mandate to the next elected president who scored the most popular vote. And that never happened. And we also remember that the head of the Electoral Commission then was headed by Professor Humphrey Nwosu. The Humphrey Nwosu was insistent on delivering a free and fair election, but the military said otherwise under retired General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida said otherwise. And that thing didn't go down well with Nigerians. It led to chaos and all that, also Abiola and what have you. So, but till then, it remained very importantly significant in the history of Nigeria, because had it been that another election, the resemblance of that, since then had taken place,
All right, I think we're having some network issues with our guest, Emeka Umabalasi, still on June 12 in retrospect We're going back in time to, talk about the events that occurred in 1993, which has led to us choosing this day as our Democracy Day in Nigeria. While we wait for our guests, we'll go on a very quick break, and when we come back, we'll continue. Welcome back. Thank you for still staying with us. Unfortunately, we weren't able to reconnect with our guest, Umar Balasi, but we have another guest from Birnin Kebi. His name is Aliu Abubakar Wasagu. He is a member representing Kebi South at Nigerian Youth Parliament, and we're going to be looking at youth and June 12th. Good morning, Aliu. How are you this morning?
Good morning. Thank you. I'm fine.
Aliu, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well. Thank you very much. That's interesting. Good morning.
All right. Now, looking at June 12 and its significance in the country, you know, some Nigerian youths would wonder, why should this matter to us, particularly those born after 1993? So in your opinion, why should this day, June 12, matter to Nigerian youths?
If we look at the whole day, it's one of the most important or historical day in the history of this country. Why we say so? Because we are the bigger beneficiaries of this democracy that we are talking about. Anybody who is within the age bracket of the youth, I think is one of the biggest beneficiary of this democracy day, because he lives with a few number of the disruption from the military rules. So therefore, I think since we are managed to reach up to 26 years of this democracy, I think the youth are one of the biggest beneficiary of this democracy day. So
Okay, and
to me, that
but do you think that today's youth, the young people, do you think they fully understand, you know, the significance of this June 12, particularly in our democratic history? Do they understand what it is all about exactly?
yes, I can say so, because we are the biggest beneficiary of the day. Why I said so? Because our predecessors that this knew it much more better, because they knew that during the military roles, the kind of many other issues are no longer there. Though there are diverse opinions in respect to this day, there are some people that are still seeing this day as a as in there are a lot of things to do. We need to aspire for more participation of the youth, among many other things.
All right.
Hello.
Now, during that election in June 12, you know, Nigerians actually pushed back and, you know, expressed some form of dissatisfaction on the outcome of that election. Now, how would you compare, you know, the activism or the way Nigerians responded during that period with the recent movements that Nigerian youths are leading now, such as, you know, the NSAS and other forms of protests and pushbacks from the youths? How would you compare the two?
What I can say in respect to this, there are two things. We have advancement of technology, which may support the movement. During that time, they suffered a lot because the shortage of the technological equipment that will support their movement give them a tough time. So before them, sometimes some of the key decisions in advocacy, you may even be arrested during that time without anybody knowing about it. But during these days, the advocacy is more easier. Why I said so? Because we have the media. Anything that is happening, the press are doing their own best. So that's why even if something happen in Burning Kebi, you may likely see it in Abuja, even outside the country itself. So this advancement of technology have supported us in so many ways. So they are totally incomparable because of the advancement of the technology. But still, all we can say, we can never, undermine their effort, because they are the real heroes of our democracy, because they are the ones that fought it with the real spirit. though the momentum is still ongoing.
All right, Aliyu. Hold on for a moment. We just have our guest who went off due to network issues. He's back now, Emeka Umabalasi. So let's continue our conversation with him briefly, and we'll get back to you, Aliyu. So please stay on the line. Now, Emeka Umabalasi, if you can hear me, are you there?
Yeah, clearly. But I can hear you clearly.
Okay.
I can
Now,
hear you.
back to what we were discussing before the line went off. You were talking about how the election was at the time and how free and fair it was. And in your opinion, why was that election annulled then, despite it, going well and being a free and fair election?
It wasn't a civilian to civilian affair. It was an election conducted during the military by a military administration. And the military administration, you know what happened to one of the killers of the democracy and good governance all over the world, including Nigeria, sycophancy, press singing, and what have you. So, and again, vested interest or inordinate ambition. The military pretended to be genuinely interested in handing over the mantle of leadership, Nigerian leadership, to democratically elected government. And the military went as well as shortlisting their own, of their own. Because if you look at the history of MK Abiola and the military, he has been a man Friday to the military, successful military administrations in the country. Then you look at Bashir Christopher, the same thing. So these guys, one of them was an establishment man, the other man, an establishment man, the other man was a friend of the military, successful military administration starting from 1970s. So the military pretended to be genuinely interested in handing over, not knowing that it has a skeleton. I mean, it has a hidden agenda. Unfortunately for them, the man they selected to share the National Electoral Commission happened to be a man of integrity, and the man insisted. You look at the role of Justice Ibeme, Justice Ibeme, and what have you, several anti-democratic forces that were brought to the fore and put on the ground to make sure that the electoral process was escorted. And when that became through the back door, and when that became impossible or very difficult, the military took the group by annulling the election. So I think the greatest thing about that election was the credibility and the wide acceptability with which the election, that election, gathered, and the more importantly, the fact that the Nigerians forgot their religious groupings, linings, their ethnic groupings and linings and what have you, and said, let's go for the best, candidate, irrespective of their religion. For instance, irrespective of the fact that two of them are Muslims. And they said, let's go for the best among them based on the realities of the ground. Let us, first of all, establish a democratic process, a democratic process through which Nigerians will be able to continuously choose their leaders popularly and credibly. So, unfortunately, that was cut short. So that is my take on on your question.
Okay, thank you so much, Emeka. Let's head on to Kebi and speak with Aliyu. Now, Aliyu, if you are still there, do you think our current democratic structure, reflects the hopes and ideals of the younger people, the youth in Nigeria currently?
Actually, let me say it unequivocally clear to a country, it does not, because it doesn't reflect our expectations. Because if you look at the way our electoral process, the kind of, advocacy among many, even the leadership management, there are a lot of challenges, and the youth are not at the front line. And if you look at the situation of the country, any kind of developed country in the world, we need to have youth at the front line of the battle, because they are the most energetic, they are the most innovative. So if they are at the front line in governance, in leadership, in the politics, among many others, so you come around realizing that that country is moving forward so fast. But in Nigeria, or let me say Africa as a whole, youth are just being used as a machineries of coordinating those activities. But the men's, actuals, those that are spearheading the appearance of the whole issues are the old timers. So therefore, if we said it reflects the youth, we can say no flagrantly, but there are a lot of things that needs to be put in place. Yeah, because the youth aspire more inclusion in almost all ramifications in the electoral process. Though we are the ones that are being used in coordinating the activities, but we are still lag behind. So for us to talk about reflection of the youth in these areas, it means it requires a lot. We need to be strategically engaged so that the main, the main target objective should be met promptly and according to the constitutions of the land. But so long as we continue to say that the youth need to be at the front line, or we need to, support our youth, or this and that, so that we can move our country forward. There are a lot of things to do, especially here in Nigeria, because we are not being given the opportunity that we are supposed to be given, ranging from the area of education, because a lot of our youth are not well educated about even the country itself, talking about its democracy, leadership, even the whole political process. They are not much cumbersome with it. And also, if we look at the civil engagement, the level of engagement is also poor. Our youth are not well engaged when it comes to issues of leadership, when it comes to issue of governance, or let me put it in general, when it comes to issue of politics. They are not being properly engaged. So therefore, there are a lot of issues that may tend to happen, because those old timers, they master the earth, they are the main controllers of the whole terrain. So therefore, there are a lot of things to be put in place if you want to move forward as a country.
Hold that thought. We'll still continue with you. But right now in the studio, we have Dr. Malaki Ochie. He's joining us in this conversation that we are having. And he's looking at Ndibo and June 12 struggle, a history erased or ignored. Good morning, Dr. Malaki.
Good morning.
It's my pleasure to have you on the program.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Welcome, listeners and viewers.
Yes, welcome. Now, looking at Ndibo and June 12, first of all, can you kind of situate us historically on like what the political atmosphere was like in the Southeast, leading up to that June 12 election?
Oh, okay. It's important because historical context puts issues in proper perspectives. The events leading up to June 12th, was consequent on General Babangida's pyrotechnics, transition pyrotechnics. Babangida had urged Nigerian politicians to form political associations. His argument was that the political parties of the First Republic and even the Second Republic were fundamentally ethnic based, regionally based, and he wanted a departure from that. And so he brought into the Nigerian political lexicon a new cliche known as New Breedism. And in that context, he unilaterally waived off the 13 political associations that qualified for registration and created a government-sponsored two political parties, the National Republican Convention and the Social Democratic Party. And in the Southeast, all we wanted, or all the Southeast Igbo wanted, was a return to democracy. Igbos are fundamentally democratic because of their egalitarian and republican nature. Igbos do not want to be heckled in by such circumstances as militarism, dictatorship, and totalitarianism, which the government of General Ibrahim Babangida was angling for. So it was in this context, and remember also that the Igbo at that time was still smarting from the losses of the Nigerian Civil War. So they were not properly positioned to make a case for themselves in terms of economic empowerment, in terms of material empowerment, in terms of even social and political empowerment. We were still smarting from the backlash of the Nigerian Civil War. So it was in this context that June 12th happened. June 12th happened because something unique happened in Nigeria. And that something unique was an initiative or a creation of an Igbo man called Professor Humphrey Mosu, who introduced a novel way of determining the acceptance or rejection of a candidate. He introduced the option A4. And in the run-in to that presidential election on June 12th, it was like Igbos had no stake. Amko Abiola, who was the presidential flag bearer of the SDP, also had a Muslim running on the same ticket with him, Babagana Kingibe. And Bashir Tofa was flagging the flag of NRC. So in the entire thing, the Igbos had no stake, so to say, in terms of who represents them or who does not represent them. Running on Muslim ticket has always been a very big problem in Nigeria, and because the political class and indeed Nigerians will want a balance in the ethnic and religious representation of political contestants. But this did not happen. Yet, even with the Muslim ticket, Abiola was able to command the votes of the Southeast. He won convincingly in Imo. He won convincingly in Anambra State. He won marginally in other parts of the Southeast. But all given, it was a massive support from the Igbos, irrespective of the character of the presidential ticket. And what happened was that Humphrey Nwosu was in the studio announcing that result. And it was obvious that MK Abiola was going to win. And suddenly he was harangued, bullied, beaten, and forced to stop the announcement. He has written a memoir before his death on June 12th. And he confessed in that memoir, that book, that MK Abiola won that election. And when that election was annulled against all expectations, Nigerians rose in protest. The Igbos were not left out. The Igbos were not left out. We plunged ourselves into the struggle for June 12th. But what is happening today? Today is that the narrative about June 12th appears to be hugely Yoruba-centric. It appears to be concentrated in Lagos and Ogun states, but that is not the true story. Today you hear when they give national broadcasts or June 12th memorabilia, you hear about names like Pa Alfred Rewane, you hear about names like Adebanjo, you hear about names about Akinsonya, you hear about Tony Enahoro, you hear about Kudirat Abiola, and so many of them. So in all this, where are the Igbos? Does it mean the Igbos did not participate in the struggle for the realization of June 12th? And the answer is no, the Igbos participated very manifestly and loudly. So where is the place of Humphrey Nwosu, for instance, in all of this? Where? Where is the place of Rear Admiral Ndubisi Kanu? Commodore B2 Kiwe? Where are they? Dr. Atowankwo, Uche Chukwumerije, Senator Onyejocha, and many others I cannot possibly. Even the Igbo man in Lagos now, who I believe has taken something, a concussion that, runs riot in his brain. That's Joe Ibokwe. He was also at the front burner for the realization. So where is the place of all these Igbos? And so one begins to think that the narrative is so skewed as to purposely obliterate, erase, or ignore the contributions of the Igbo nation in the realization of that struggle. Noting also that, you see, historical revisionism is dangerous.
Yes, yes. Now, we're still looking at, June 12th in retrospect. So let me ask this to Emeka Umabalasi, who is also with us via Zoom. Now, looking at the events that occurred on that day and the power dynamics, what does that event, what does that incident on June 12th tell us about the power dynamics between the military and the democratic, aspirations in Nigeria? What does that, the happenings of June 12th, what does that have to say about, the power dynamics between the two, military and democracy?
Well, I think the virus, which the June 12th brought about in the history of Nigerian politics, is yet to be removed or eliminated or be treated. That virus is still there. In Nigeria today, you have, in the real sense of, you have, what is this name for military civilian political arrangement? That is the kind of politics we have in Nigeria. That is the kind of democracy we have in Nigeria. I've forgotten the name of that military civilian political arrangement, what it is called. Maybe the doctor there will help us. What am I saying? What I'm saying is that the Nigerian politics is still militarily mentalized, and there has never been pure democracy. That June 12 would have brought about a resemblance of pure democracy in the country. Right now, what we are having here is a mixture of concussion and what have you, bracadabra called democracy. And that is why I said the negative effect of that group will be very, very difficult to be erased in the history of Nigerian politics, public affairs, governance. That's it. So, anyway, from whatever angle you want to look at it, nothing has changed. As a matter of fact, it is even an insult for the present administration in Nigeria to be dragging Nigerians to June 12th, because if you look at the real meaning of June 12th and what transpired in June 12th, you compare it with what is going on here, you find out that that is an insult for the present this administration to drag Nigerians to this field of arena of marking June 12th. That is why some of us don't believe in the designation of today as a democracy day, because it's instead of designating today as democracy day, it is even better to designate 29th of May as democracy day, because the people who are championing democracy day today are the worst people. They are slappers. They are I don't know how to put it. They don't even deserve any. They don't even have a moral attitude, a moral obligation, the atom of purity to mark drag Nigerians to the arena of June 12th, because they never, what is happening under the administration, both past and present, immediate past and present, is nothing to write home about. So the summary of the whole thing is that we still have a militarily mentalized electoral process, where the sanctity of the ballot box is hardly respected. Look at what is happening in the electoral court. The supposedly electoral umpire. A lot of things left undone, a lot of things muddled up. If Guinness Book of Record, what Guinness Book of Record is to recognize the worst election rigging country in the world, I think Nigeria, there's no way Nigeria cannot make the list of first five in the world. So nothing is going on. Just like my brother said, it's just the kind of ethnic agenda, popularization of the stuff ethnically. It's a kind of political arrangement. What do you want? Okay, we want to be allowed to mark June 12th, where our heroes and heroines will be mentioned over and over again. Then let us get your own, what do you want? So that's what has happened in Nigeria. Because there's nothing that shows that nothing has shown that Nigeria is moving well in terms of cradle of democracy and democratic process, including sanctity of the ballot box and credibility of election and wide acceptance, political participation, probity and accountability in governance, and things like that, respect for human rights, rule of law, democratic freedoms, and what have you, protection of the lives and property, and then security and safety of the territory of the region, ethnic nationalities, religions, and religionists we have in the country, and so on and so forth. So a lot of things have gone out in the country. So personally, I don't believe in marking. I believe in June, but marking it under this dispensation, I totally disagree, because it is not what marked or being marked by the present administration we have in the country. So my summary is that what we have in the country, like we are talking about
Please
political
just
dynamism.
hold that thought, please. We'll get back to you in just a moment. Let's head on to our Birnin Kebi studio to ask Aliyu Abubakar Sagu about how we can revive the spirit of participation, civic participation among the younger generation, because he mentioned that earlier. You mentioned that earlier, saying that the youth are no longer participating, or there is low youth engagement in civic participation. So how can we bring up the youth once again to want to participate and exercise their duties as citizens?
That's interesting. It's a very good question. Nigeria is still our country, so we still have to celebrate it. To increase the youth participation in the democratic processes, there are a lot of roles to be played, ranging from the government roles. They need to be responsible, accountable, and engage the youth in terms of governance so that they understand that the government is serious and ready to. And the next thing was the roles of the civil society organizations. They need to, in fact, they need to orient the citizens. They need to do it in a better way that it will inspire the youth so that they can come and join the movement in pressurizing the government to do the needful. And the next thing was that the INEC itself, they need to always remember, because they are the final hope to most of our youth, because they are the reasons why most of the time we are having issues of voters apathy, because there are a lot of people in this country that they are no longer interested in the issue of politics, among many other things. I thank God with there is something I see in Kebbi State. For instance, like the Kebbi State government, seeing the participation of youth was low during the last administration. So this time around, they come with a different something. Like they appoint people as a special assistant, which over like somewhere around 700, though the number is very big. But I believe they does that just to lure the attention of the youth, to feel like they need to be engaged, they have a role to play in the government, among many other issues. So I'm not in support, opposing this, because it's a development. But the most important thing, the youth need to be oriented, because there are a number of them, they are just in the position, but they are not contributing anything to the development. So therefore, those organizations, they need to put more effort in orienting people and become more accountable, more visible, among many other things. And the leaders has to be more accountable, because most of our youth are losing hope. And that's why some of them, when you talk about the government, the first thing they will do,
Thank
they will
you,
begin
Aliyu.
to
Let's get back to our studio with Dr. Malaki. Now, Dr. Malaki, you wanted to speak on the military and the democratic, the power dynamics between the two, looking at what happened at the June 12th election. So please go on with that.
The power dynamics between the military at that time and the civilian population can best be described as a reflection of the character of the Nigerian state and the Nigerian army. At that time, Nigeria was run like a relay race among the top brass of the northern military hierarchy. I won't be held reprobate if I say that at a point, the Nigerian military could best have been described as northern Nigerian military. We had run a relay race from after Yakubu Gowon, there was Murtala Mohammed. After Murtala Mohammed, there was Obasanjo. After Obasanjo, there was Buhari and Tunde Idiagbo. After that, we had Obasanjo. We had Babangida. After that, we had Abacha. After Abacha, we had Abdul Salami Abubakar, and so on. So it was like a relay race. The military, the civilian population at that time had nothing to talk about in terms of strength except coming out on the street to protest against the annulment of June 12th. So the power dynamics was so unequal. It was so unequal. And I had the young man from Kebbi State talking about youth engagement. That is interesting. It's interesting. But I disagree with him where he sees youth engagement as appointment as special assistants and special advisors to the government. That is not youth engagement. That is one way of taking from the youth bulge, and giving them money, paying them at the end of the month. So once that administration is gone, and there is no way again to pay those youths, they go back to their trenches. So youth engagement has to be it has to be intentional. It has to be focused. It has to be, focus driven. So what are you engaging the youth for? Agriculture, production, or what? You're not just engaging them because they helped you rig elections, they helped you carry ballot boxes or intimidated voters, and then for 4 years or 8 years, you employ them and they take salaries at the end of it. So at the end of 8 years at most, that youth gets back to the trend because the next government may not be pro him or thereabout. Yeah. So that's the major problem of youth engagement. But beyond that is the issue of, June 12th was a watershed for Nigeria to rediscover itself. Nigeria can best be described as a lumbering behemoth in search of a safe bet. June 12 provided a platform to recalibrate Nigeria. But then, as used to be, certain powers in Nigeria, especially from the southwest, went on to ethnicize June 12. June 12 did not just happen to the Yoruba nation. It is a tragedy that happened to the entire Nigeria. It's a tragedy that happened to the entire Nigeria. And after the pyrotechnics of the military, Nigeria realized that the Yoruba nation had been dealt a rough card. It's been dealt unjustly. Just like the Igbos were unjustly dealt with. And Nigeria decided to compensate the Southwest, the Yoruba nation, for what evil that Nigeria has happened to them. And they compensated them with the presidency of Obasanjo. And that is an indictment on Nigeria's historical and political leaders. That if you realize that the Yorubas were dealt a wrong card during the June 12th, what stops you from realizing that the Igbos were dealt a rough card in the February 15th, 1966 coup, which was dubiously tagged Igbo coup, and on basis of which the Araba riots arose, on the basis of which a choreographed genocidal pogrom against the Igbos was orchestrated. Why were the Igbos driven back to their homelands? That is a historical injustice. And a lot of people tell Nigeria stories as if that never happened. A lot of people tell the June story as if the Igbos were never involved. And that is a major historical revisionism. And you know what? One of the dangers of historical revisionism is that it beclouds the truth. It beclouds the truth. So the Igbos must be given their rightful place in Nigeria. If the Yorubas were compensated, knowing that a wrong has been done to them, the Igbos need to be compensated, if that word compensation is the right word. But they need to be dealt a favorable card, and so on. We have not been done, that has not been done to the Igbos. And we cannot keep quiet. We will keep complaining until Nigeria does the right thing. We'll keep complaining until Nigeria does the right thing. I am persuaded that the Igbos are the only group in Nigeria that has paid the ultimate price for this country called Nigeria. We have properties everywhere. We make homes wherever we see ourselves. We believe in Nigeria. We believe in the community of brotherhood. We believe that Nigeria has a high stake, has a high destiny. We believe that we can contribute our quota to make Nigeria a better place. And the rest of Nigeria appear not to trust the Igbos, and that is dangerous. And I'm sure that if you cannot trust your fellow countryman, you just come out on TV and say Nigeria, fellow countrymen, and so on. All these things are lip deep, they are not heart deep. So I believe that for Nigeria to rise from her ashes, the Igbos must be integrated into the mainstream of what is happening in Nigeria. You cannot, just like you cannot play Olarotimi's the gods are not to blame. The gods are not to blame. You cannot play that drama without King Adewale. You cannot play it. Just like you cannot play Things Fall Apart without Okonkwo. It's a futile attempt. The Igbos represent King Adewale. The Igbos represent Okonkwo. The Igbos represent that which can make Nigeria great.
That is very correct, Dr. Malaki. Now, moving on to Emeka. As we mark another June 12th, what's your message to Nigerians who are watching you today, especially the younger generation? What is that one thing you want to say to, to the people who are watching and listening?
Well, like I said, I've successfully mentioned the symbolism with which June 12 carries or represents. Going forward, the message to Nigerian authorities, because when we talk of June 12, we talk of representation or semblance of free and fair and credible election. There are still a lot of work needs to be done. A lot of things are still wrong in the Nigerian electoral system. Right now, we have almost 2 years, less than 2 years, or up to 2 years, less than 2 years to next general election. And nothing has happened in terms of electoral reform. INEC is still beating about the bush. The chairman of INEC, although very soon he should be packing his luggage, is still beating about the bush. There should be a very comprehensive electoral reform. Electoral reform, both in terms of administrative electoral reform and legislative electoral reform, political electoral reform, and what have you. And one of the recommendations is that access to political participation. I don't know what Nigeria is waiting for. I don't know what is stopping Nigeria, what is blowing Nigeria from fully liberalizing and democratizing rights to vote. Access to access to permanent voters cards. And it has been recommended for introduction of electronic system of voting, in the sense that electronic means. That has been embraced all over the world. I don't know why. By the time you have electronic voting in Nigeria, then that will go a long way in checkmating, in curbing electoral rigging, election rigging by more than 50%. I'll give you an instance. It's just like some universities today that have embraced electronic e-exams and the e-tutor mark assignment and what have you. You go in there and take your time. And the moment you open your computer, the time starts counting. If it is 2 hours exam, if you are there wasting time, by the time it is 2 hours, the computer will shut down and you have automatically failed yourself. So the same thing applies to marking and what have you. Like in the case of what you call this type of exam, I've forgotten the name of it, not paper and pen, the other exam. At the end of the exam, you get your score instantly. So I don't know why Nigeria is still waiting for what they are waiting for. Why they have refused to introduce electronic voting in this country to be used side by side with manual voting. I think this is one of the cardinal things. And again, other abracadabra, other nyama things that have fueled, fueled the Nigerian electoral, system that need to be worked on. And INEC doesn't want to work on them until the 2027. They will carry out another institutional electoral robbery and roguery. And at the end, the people, those who were popularly choosing, or those who are popularly choosing, will be set aside, and the set of others, roguishly declared as winners, and Nigeria will continue to rig maroon and continue to suffer. So this is one of my one of time. This is one of our cardinal recommendations. Let there be comprehensive electoral reform now, before it is too late. I think that if Nigeria can get
All right, Emeka.
then
Thank
there will be
you
no problem.
so much, Emeka Umabalasi. Thank you so much for your time and for your insight on the conversation of today, which is on June 12th, in retrospect. Thank you so much. And we say another very big thank you to Aliu Abubakar Wasagu from Birnin Kebbi. He's a member representing Kebbi South at Nigerian Youth Parliament. But before you go, Aliu, just like I asked Emeka, as we mark another June 12, what is your message to Nigerians watching today, particularly the youth?
All right. So my final words goes this way. I want our youth to remember one thing. We should know that Nigeria is still our country. We should be hopeful. We should be to exonerate ourselves from what is, from participating in democratic processes is not an excuse. If our predecessors have failed us, we should know that we have a role to play. We should be the turning point generation. We have a lot of role to play in curtailing the issues that are happening today. We shouldn't lose hope. We should always try our own possible best to engage ourselves in the political process. Though we know the terrain was not that favorable to us, but we should be the heroes of the future, those that will play the role, so that those that are coming after us will appreciate our effort. Today we are leveraging from the effort of other people who put it out of, from the military rule to today's democracy. Though there are a lot of here and there, we should still remain focused and work very hard to make sure that we change the narratives. We also need to engage ourselves in the area of leadership so that we can change the whole issue. There are a lot of us that seeing the whole mark of the situation make them feel like they need to exonerate from politics, they need to exonerate from issues of leadership, they need to embrace something differently. We should know that if we exonerate ourselves, there are a lot of people who are incompetent that will go there and be the ones to decide on our future, to decide on our salary, to decide on our wages, to decide on even our pension, to decide on even the food that we eat, the clothes we, among many, many other things, many, many more important decisions, they will be the ones to do that. That means it is highly much imperative for all of us to play our own card. Anywhere we can contribute to development of this country, we should do all our best to make sure that this country recuperates itself back to its moribund. Thank you.
Aliu Abubakar Wasagu, thank you so much for your inputs and your insights on this conversation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now we are back to our studio with Dr. Malaki Ochie. He's still here with us on June 12th. That's our topic for today. That's all we are talking about.
Yes, it's
today,
important.
as
Yes.
it should be. So, any final words? Anything you'd like to, put out there for people who are?
Well, now, because we talk about celebrating Democracy Day, and you ask, whose democracy? What are the ingredients of democracy? Because, to be honest, we are deceiving ourselves in this country. Democracy has to do with transparency in elections. Democracy has to do with people exercising their civic responsibilities without coercion, without force. Democracy has to do with engaging the people in a meaningful manner. Democracy has to do with listening to the voice of the downtrodden, listening to the voice of the market woman, listening to the voice of the truck driver, and all segments of society. Democracy does not have to do with siren blowing. It doesn't have to do with obscene demonstration of wealth. It doesn't have to do with a process where the umpire, the election management body, will cynically tell the electorate, go to court. So if all these things and more are brought to bear, one will be asking, what Democracy Day are we celebrating? Look at the 2023 elections and tell me if there is a democracy in Nigeria to celebrate. So, as for Emeka Umar Balase, who is talking about electoral reforms, I agree with him to a certain extent in the hope that we will embrace the tenets of democracy and move forward to a united Nigeria. Nigeria is such a blessed country. There is this joke. When I was much younger, I listened to it, I laughed, I never believed it could be true. A comedian was speaking to his audience. He said when God was creating Nigeria, he was throwing all manner of resources into Nigeria. Crude oil, diamond, coal, name it, gas. And people like, in places like Japan, Nepal, and Thailand, they were saying, oh God, you're partial. Why? We don't even have one. And God turned and told them, wait until you see the manner of people I will put in charge of these resources. Nigeria is a country that is so blessed of God. It has refused to collapse. despite the blinding criminality that our political leaders and military officers have subjected us to in this country. It is only in this country that a pregnant woman in Niger Delta, where the oil is produced, will die at childbirth because she has no access to Medicare. It is only in Nigeria that a policeman will use his gun and kill a civilian, and nothing is done about it. It is only in Nigeria that there are so many ungoverned spaces taken up by bandits, kidnappers, and terrorists. It's only in this country. And we are talking about celebrating Democracy Day. We are talking about celebrating a day that should have served as a memento to that ordinary woman in the market who could afford a cup of garri. Today, a lot of families in Nigeria cannot afford a cup of garri. Today in Nigeria, a lot of families eat rice once in a month. Today, a lot of families resort to self-medication because there's no medical medicine. Yet, this is a country hugely blessed of God, and we have progressively run this country aground. It is a question of elitist manipulation of the electorate, and that is not good. It is not healthy for our society. And for those who lay claim to the leadership of this country, I want to warn you that Nigeria is sitting on a keg of gunpowder. Don't be surprised, because there is a limit to which people can take. There's a limit to which this kind of deceit can take. Baron Braham said that education makes a people easy to govern but difficult to enslave. And you do not just acquire education in the classroom. You acquire education even by daily experience. And people are acquiring this education and are getting tired of so many excuses, so many banal commitments, not even commitment, but sermonizations, pontifications, telling you Nigeria will be well, Nigeria will be well, and so on. I have always said that this country can do better if we unpack this contradiction called Nigeria. Let's all come to a round table and say, this is our country. We want to make it great. Do you know the only thing that brings people together in this country is when Nigeria is playing football, the game of football. Today, even that game of football has been so mismanaged that Nigerians have lost hope in their football team. That is how terrible it has become. So we are celebrating. We are saying this is Democracy Day. Let our leaders imbibe the tenets of democracy, so that when we celebrate next Democracy Day, we will say of a truth, this 2025 Democracy Day was a one that marked Nigeria's beginning. I will end this thing by reminding Nigerians of the comment Napoleon Bonaparte made about China when Napoleon Bonaparte was the warlord of the globe. He came to China and he said, China, there lies the great giant. Let her sleep. For when she wakes up from her slumber, she will move the world. The question is, does Nigeria realize that she is slumbering? Will she ever wake from her slumber? If she does wake eventually, will she move the world?
Thank you, Dr. Malaki Ochie. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Malaki Ochie, for that wonderful, you summed it up perfectly well. Dr. Malaki Ochie is the Dean, School of Business and Social Sciences, Maduka University, Ekwebe, Nsukka. Thank you for your time, sir. It's
thank you so much. And thank you, Nigerians. I wish you patience.
Yes.
As we celebrate.
Let us remember that today, being June 12th, is not just another public holiday. It reminds us of the power of our voices, our votes, and our vision for a better Nigeria. And this is where we wrap it up on today's edition of the morning program from our ENUGU studios. My name is Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha, and we'll be handing over to our Abuja studios for the continuation of the morning program. Good morning.
At independence in 1960, Nigeria was a nation of the same British colonial governance experience. The new nation was, however, not uniform on the path of its regions to that British governance experience. In effect, the three regions of the East, West, and North had different cultural and historical outlooks, which made them suspicious neighbors. They also had a differing expectation from their Nigerian nation, and this influenced their reasons for engaging in the nation's political process. In this situation of mutual suspicion and differing expectations, conflicts became a natural outcome of political contests. This was the objective condition that warranted the entry of the military into Nigerian politics in 1966, which rather than resolve the mutual suspicion worsened matters. The disparate interests became more pronounced, and the irreconcilable interest brought the nation on its knees with a 30-month-long civil war. With its entry into political leadership and a 30-month civil war, the military put on a toga of national salvation and created reason to want to perpetuate itself in political leadership. To allow the quarrelsome politicians to return to power was to return the nation to unending political feud and retard its progress, the military insisted. This was the situation from 1985 to 1993, when the military could not accept to exit from political power. In this period, usurper military president General Ibrahim Babangida made promise after promise to return Nigeria to democratic governance. He reneged in each promise. In fact, it seemed like the military was determined to reshape Nigerian politics in a way that it produced the national political leadership perpetually. Every mobster makes a mistake that brings him before the judge. Babangida made the mistake of organizing elections in yet another pretended move to return the country to democratic governance. He formed two political parties, the National Republican Convention, NRC, whose ideology was conservative and capitalist, and the Social Democratic Party, SDP, with leaning to the left. Under these two political parties, elections were conducted into almost all tiers of government: local government, state assemblies, governorship, and National Assembly. Many believe that indeed the military was about to keep its word and reclaim its honor. Unfortunately, the biggest political prize, the presidential election, which could produce a symbol of control and return to full democracy, was aborted by the same military. That election, which was conducted by the National Electoral Commission, NECO, under the leadership of Professor Humphrey, became the underbelly of a recalcitrant Nigerian military. First, Professor Humphrey Wonsu introduced the Option A4 election model, by which the voters queued behind candidates of their choice, eliminating any contention about the figures scored by each candidate. It also addressed the challenge of vote buying. Both the contestant and the military could not find reason to query the outcome of the election. Yet, while the results, which were already public knowledge, were being announced, the military aborted it, giving all manner of excuses which the military itself did not believe.
Undoubtedly, credible, free and fair elections were held on June 12, 1993. However, the tragic irony of history remains that the administration that devised a near-perfect electoral system and conducted those near-perfect elections could not complete the process. That accident of history is most regrettable. As the leader of the military administration, I accept full responsibility for all decisions taken under my watch.
Chief Moshood Abiola, whose victory at the election has been even accepted by his opponent, was beside himself. After almost a year of fruitless pleading, cajoling, and negotiation with the military leadership, Abiola, in what is now known as an Epetedo declaration, announced himself as duly elected president and commander-in-chief of the armed forces of Nigeria, and asked Nigerians to rise against a usurper military.
No one has accused me of any offense against any non-electoral law or regulation. The people of this country went to polls on Saturday, June 12, 1993, and without let or hindrance chose me as their president. Didn't they?
He was arrested, detained, and died in detention under circumstances which the Nigerian establishment has remained timid and unwilling to confront and disclose. The confusion that followed Abiola's arrest and detention brought Nigerians to the brink. It was only resolved by the equally unexplained sudden death of General Sani Abacha, who had seized power after General Babangida stepped aside. Babangida had created a contraption called interim national government, which many termed a stopgap measure, waiting for his return in civilian clothes. He never did, because at the death of Abacha, General Abdusalami Abubakar handed power to a democratically elected government. In 2018, General Muhammadu Buhari, who became an elected president, admitted that indeed Abiola won the June 12, 1993 presidential election, and in his honor, and to keep issues around the June 12 election and the mistake of his annulment, declared the day, June 12, Nigeria's Democracy Day and a national holiday.
Well, you can call it a juncture or a watershed in Nigeria's wobbly journey to good governance. We welcome this morning our second part on this Democracy Day special. My name is Mwabo Zenjoko. Now, in the morning when we began the day, we did a self-examination, the media. That's our constituency. And we raised the question, did the media miss an opportunity in reporting June 12? This time, we are going to pose a fundamental question. Has June 12 redeemed itself? Has June 12 redeemed itself? Now, unlike our segment in the morning, this is a town hall, people be very free to make their opinion, canvass their positions, express their understanding of all the issues we are going to raise. The only thing we won't accept, though, is language that is divisive, rhetoric that is inciting. But you can make your point as strongly as you want to do, but please, name calling and all that, we will immediately disown you if you start calling names and say somebody is stupid, somebody is a thief, somebody is irresponsible. But please, you're welcome to our town hall. Well, our friends and invitees are coming in trickles. Our method this morning is that we not introduce them. They introduce themselves. Now, let me start from where the majority is. Let me start from my right. Please, can we get to know you?
I think good afternoon, good morning, audience. I mean, people watching us from wherever. My name is Clement Chukwuemeka, the immediate past second vice president of Nigerian Bar Association.
Clement, you're welcome.
Thank you.
I do not know whether to bow to his lordship. Please introduce yourself.
My name is Sam Kagbo. I'm a lawyer and senior advocate of Nigeria. I have my practice here in Abuja. And thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. Let me go to my left. When he came in, I said to him that today we will pummel them, he and his friends. Let's get to meet you.
My name is Chinedu Obi, the national chairman of the National Rescue Movement, a political party in Nigeria. I also double as the director general of the Inter-Party National Council, which is the body of all registered political parties in Nigeria. It's my pleasure being here once again. Thank you, Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Let me start. Well, there are two lawyers on my right. In other words, I'm covered by law. Even if anybody wants to send me to jail without bail, there are people here to sort things out. Clement, what, to your understanding, did we fight for when we were at the peak of the June 12 struggle? What were Nigerians agitating for?
Surely good governance. Good governance. And we cannot talk about June 12 without at least paying tribute to those that really contributed to that particular struggle. And the peak of the person, the exact person who really made this happen was our own MKO Apiola. Blessed memory. We sincerely appreciate what he sacrificed and what he stood for, and which is lacking in the present day democracy. So, in all, what we are all asking for is good governance. Any bringing quality dividends of democracy to people of this country. And people definitely have to be glad everything is working as it should be and promises are kept. And most especially, trust, because that is what is keenly lacking currently. Because MKO Abiola stood for June 12 and that for it. Actually, Nigerians came out purely without knowing or believing in him, trusting him. And as at that time, we never knew what that is called tribal, religious, and all that. Everybody came out together and voted Muslims.
Okay, my senior advocate, help me a little bit. Was the June 12 struggle really all about good government?
Well, it was anticipated that it would produce good governance, but let's start from the beginning. It was about the vote, the people's mandate, and the people's right to form their government, the people's right to choose their leader, the people's right to enjoy the freedoms that the Constitution gave to them. They voted for a candidate. The candidate won the election, but the military said they didn't like his face. wanted to, and refused to declare him the winner, even though the result was known. I refused to let him have his tenure that the people gave to him through the electoral box. So it's about the protection of that. And it was also about what? Winning the country from the military and domiciling it back to the people who own the country. So June 12th symbolizes the aspirations of every living being to be governed by a government that what he chooses by himself through the vote. And like he said, we will die for that. And MKO in particular, the winner, died for it. And the expectation or the underlying philosophy and belief in the vote is that if the people have their government, they desire, they choose, and give mandate and tenure to, and that government is accountable to it, then we would have good governance. Mind you, if a government is not accountable to you, he could act and live in spite of you, because what? There is no connection. There is no fallback to you, because what? You are not the last say. If it comes to you, it comes to you as what? A philanthropist. And that is why they say they have benevolent leaders. But to my own understanding, the first and foremost, we have government because what? We want to manage ourselves in a manner that we can predict the outcome of the management. So much so that if we try this system, it doesn't work, because we are all part of it, we effect it seamlessly. If we vote you into office and give you a mandate, expecting that you would deliver your promises, electoral promises, and you fail in that, at the next election, what? We'll vote you out. And in that process of trial and error, we may strike gold. Because in any case, the gold digger got the gold because what? Somebody had dug the path up to that point where what? The shovel was put. So it has to be a continuous process of the people's engineering, rejigging, reinforcing, and strengthening the process that you call democracy. So yes, democracy was fought for. Has it delivered? To some extent, yes. Well, has it delivered optimally? No. Why is that so? First and foremost, the human nature. Those that have had the benefit to benefit personally from that effort have betrayed the people. Some of them deliberately out of what? Greed, outright. Some out of incompetence or a combination of all of this. But we also have had to what? Play our part in the inability of the democratic plane to fly optimally. Why am I saying so? We've been indulging, we indulge, and we also partake in dividing the nation in the sense that we are ambivalent, morally ambivalent in how we respond to public abuses and public breaches. Hey, if the leader is from my own section, irrespective of his incompetence, irrespective of his what? Erosion of the democratic system, we support him. And he does nothing wrong. Because what? It's from us. Not just out of tribe, not just out of elite company, but also from within the parties. And it's not just about Nigeria. Today, to the Republicans, Trump can do no wrong. It's a human nature. And what am I saying here? the civic culture. What I mean is the people's sensitivity to public inadequacies or public infraction defines democracy and gives value to democracy. Because the more tolerance and indulgence you give to these inanities, the less returns you have. And if today we do not have the quality of leadership that we deserve, it is because what? We had also not given the quality of attention and participation that we ought to give into the system.
The senior advocate, I'll come back to you very much. Now, the political leadership, our friends who are in the business of politics, struggling to govern us. You've listened to the two reasons why we struggled for the actualization of June 12. As I've said, it cost lives, caused dislocation, created animosity among groups and individuals for us to arrive at the democratic order that we have now. Was it just a matter of choice? Because this advocate said, our right to choose, determine who governs us, was one of the propelling factors why Nigerians rebelled against autocracy and the filing of their own choice. Was there more?
Thank you very much. Once again, thank you for inviting me. I want to adopt the position of the lawyers in the primary they've made, setting the tone for this conversation. And to add that June 12 also clearly exposed Nigerians' resilience and the will of the people to decide what they want and even fight for it. What is very instructive in the June 12 experience is that that was a military government, yet the people insisted. And if you remember, forced that government. And I am happy that it's the same country, Nigeria, it's the same country all of us are facing today. It's the same people. Whatever that would have changed could also be in the description of the SAN, that people, for some reason, for as long as your own is involved in anything, there's nothing wrong with it. However, I want to say that we made tremendous progress from June 12. The tax residents of Nigerians are still there. Remember, we had a point in Nigeria where we had a case of someone trying to exceed his tenure of office in Nigeria. Nigerians also came against it, and it didn't happen. We have successive governments, elections. You may have your perception about them, but have we transited from one transition to the other? We have severally. We've had political parties move from PDP 1999 to APC in 2015. We've had change of government. So many things have happened. And I think that our policies is actually growing. Yes, are we where we're supposed to be? No. But we have actually moved from a point to a point where we can now begin to think about how do we. In fact, it's actually the fact that we have not gotten to where we expect to be, that you find the level of agitations you have around the country. So we're very optimistic. This is a period I think Nigerians will still need to believe that we can get our country right. Believe in the sense that the same country that we have had cases in the past where we showed resilience, where we showed commitment, where we emphasized the issue of religion. We talked about for the first time Nigerians didn't have any problem with a Muslim ticket. Nigerians came out through a process we today said is the most credible election we've had, which means people are resilient, we can have good processes, we can relate to many years after to say we did well. The option A4 up to today, Nigerians still believe it's a process that worked. It was created by Nigerians, done in Nigeria. So I still believe that yes, with continuous reforms, Nigeria will get to that place we want to get to as a country.
Now, Clement, June 12 really was not a cause, it was a consequence. It was a consequence of two things. One, either real or pretended willingness of the military to conduct election. Two, the process that every Nigerian saw did not deny them of their choice. Free, open, very transparent, credible. The outcome is the name we call June 12. Let us examine that process. The electoral process that produced June 12. I don't want us to begin to yet assess the processes of today. How do you examine that process? Now, the military, it was under the military. We had the option of secret ballot, but the election managers, by the law, were free to design what we give Nigerians what they wanted. Please examine that process, that electoral process, and examine it against what is obtaining or what has been obtaining. Are we that transparent? Is the system allowing the election managers to do what they ought to do to produce credible outcome?
Well, thank you for that question. I think, first of all, let me say that the military underestimated the actual winner of that particular election, ENUGU Abiola. And if you look at from that particular option A4, which was introduced by the then Humphrey, I think Humphrey was
Professor
Humphrey was. You look at the transparency, how people will come up and queue, and it is always counted as it is, as you are seeing it live. The process, a lot of it might, if you just oppose it with what we have currently, you look at the system that people, because of the greed and the type of politics that is being played, people tend to collect money to vote. But as I've done, you come out with your conscience. Your mother or your father might be in the other line while you are in the other line. This is your choice. Your choice. And you count it, people will take record of that particular, the result instantly. In fact, within 5 minutes of every county in the whole country, people will be able to know through collection, and everybody will take over. But currently, you cannot even examine or try to understand the votes that you even voted within the environment after counting. Then different results will start trickling. So what we need to, the option A4 that was introduced, I still believe remain one of the best, and that is why that particular election has been adjudged as the best, fairest, and the most credible election ever had. Even up to this time that we definitely announced results. We have just announced results, and people will just go, okay, let us wait for another 4 years. But to my own personal belief and thinking, I feel that any type of process that will give confidence and give trust to the people and return the vote to the people's choice will continue to be the best. And that is why you see the option A4 continue to be the best up to this moment.
Sam, let me just look for trouble. Was option A4 an illegal infraction?
No, it wasn't, because the law gives the electoral manager the latitude to use whatever electoral process that he thought best for the conduct of the election. As at that time, it was actually the first election that Nigeria would have after a long spell of the military. It was enhanced by some of these reasons. One, the people were fed up with the military and did not want to give the military any excuse. So both in terms of comportment and belief in the electoral manager, it was near absolute. And the electoral manager too had actually demonstrated the capacity to conduct free and fair elections. A lot of education was made because that education needed to have been done at that time, because election for some people at some age, it was first for them. Some of them, they were having first generation elections. And you also see as a factor the comportment of the candidate. M.K. Abdullah was a larger than life personality who had actually crisscrossed the entire spectrum of Nigeria and had shown goodwill. And so therefore he could do no wrong as at that time. And you also have on the flip side, Topher was also a gentleman to the core. So both parties that's the candidates themselves. They did not go to town with inflammatory rhetorics. They did not go to town with combustive narrative, or did not go to town to give the impression that the election is a do or die affair. They went there as men of the pulpit, actually capturing the minds and hearts of Nigerians. So it was done in the traditional, or what I've said, the textbook prescription of how elections should be done. So they played their part comfortably. Then there is also the part of the two-party system. The two-party system were developed principally in anticipation of this. Yeah. So you only had two political parties. So it's easy for you to line up 500 people and say, hey, go left or go right. But today, by the last election, you had over 70 political parties. 70 political parties. It therefore becomes unthinkable for you to have option A4 in that sort of chaotic scenario. So, what am I saying? The environment, as at that time, enhanced option A4. Everybody played their part. The electoral manager played his part. Nobody could suspect him of anything. In any case, the military that appointed him did not give the impression that they wanted a certain outcome. And they may not have communicated that to him. Because if they had, it may have been different. But they gave him the free hand. So that environment enhanced it. To say you can transpose or transmute that particular system to today's electoral environment, I do not think so. Because it may not work. But what am I saying here? Election will only work when the players themselves play their part. The political parties play this part. I've always said this. The most pampered association in the world that I ever thought of is the political parties here. They give them a free will. It is only in Nigeria that they even put it in the constitution to say, we're going to give you the authority to form government and constitute the personnel of government without you giving anything in return. Not so much. To the extent that at some point they were even given some money. Yeah. And that's why you have this number of political parties. So much so that even if you don't, in some other places, yes, like the US that we copied from, the political parties have earned their spots. Because in any case, every political norm you are talking about is generated by political parties. And yet the Constitution did not mention them or say this is what it said. And that's why it's so easy for you to move from Democrats to say, oh, these Democrats are too ceremonious, they are too clever. If I if I use them, I may not get the presidency, but if I go there and I what Fox and whatever I say they believe, I'm going to win, and he won. You understand? So that's what it is. And let me tell you something. No system would work without that symbiotic belief. The system has to believe the people, and the people have to believe the system. That is the way it's going to work. Once that is that match of the mind, what we call in law a meeting of the mind, it may not work. What am I saying here? I was part of the people who witnessed the last election and the years. I went through the auspices of IFES. And we were walking into a mall, and I saw polling booths for early voters. They were unmanned, but yet the hole was there where you come and put your votes. In the evening, the electoral manager will come and pick them and go, and they count. So I called one of the officers of one of these parties. I said, "Oh, God, come and see what is happening here. This votes are
election is going on."
He said they are going to count. He says, "Sam, you are not serious. Go try it in Nigeria now." You understand? So that gap is there. That mental gap is there. We do not have, I don't know if I'll be fair to use the word, that cultural DNA that will allow for that. We're too suspicious. We do not trust the manager does not trust us, and therefore take a look at the hurdles they put against you for you to vote. Look at the electoral law and the electoral process. What you need to do for you to be able to exercise your fundamental right to vote and constitute your government. In the same years you are saying, you can walk 5 minutes into a place, you are ready to vote. Not even having registered. You walk where they are voting, say, "Here is my ID card. I am an adult eligible to vote, and I should vote here." They say, "Are you registered?" I say, "No." "Can we register you?" They register you there, and they take a list. You vote, 5 minutes, you are out. Why is that so? The system trusts themselves, and they make it easier because what? The more the number, the more the legitimacy given to what? The winner of the election. But look at the number of people who actually participate in the elections here. Out of over 200 million people, how many actually voted in totality? Is it up to 50 million? What about the rest? Voter apathy. Some is not so much also voter apathy, but they would not really want to sacrifice time to go through that hurdle, which is actually the job of the political parties to actually meet the people and what? Let me use your word, galvanize and actually lure them to the line so that what? We have more numbers, because the more the numbers, the more you neutralize manipulations. That is the aspect. The more the turnout, the more, like I said, you neutralize early predetermined outcomes, the measurements that would have been done back end before the elections. When you have the numbers of people coming overnight,
the number of small manipulation.
So we have a lot to do.
There are two key issues you've raised which are of great interest to this conversation. And that is the willingness to allow the electoral process, the electoral umpire, to do what he ought to do. And because in June 12, the umpire was allowed, he sat back to look at the environment and he designed a process that will give that election the credibility that's warranting this conversation this morning. How much is the electoral umpire either by the laws that have been made or by the attitude of those, either the both the political parties and the governance system, how much of that latitude is available to the electoral umpire today. Just by the way, NRM, I'm coming to you. While we are still talking, senior advocate, somebody, he came by wrote a book. He said, because I am involved.
Yeah.
Somebody who is involved came in to this conversation. Just as we have been doing, we are not going to introduce him. Can you please let us meet you? You are welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, viewers. My name is Paul Ibe. I'm the media advisor to former Vice President Jacob Waka. And even more importantly, I'm also a journalist, sabbatical.
Thank you very much. We'll soon return you to the journalism classroom since you're on sabbatical. Now, NRM, I'm addressing you by that is because let our viewers understand that, as I just said a while ago, you are involved. And the question we have raised is, how much of free hand, either by law or by attitude, is given to Nigeria's electoral umpire? Because according to the senior advocate, it was that environment that allowed the electoral umpires of 1993 to think freely, examine the environment, and design a method that produced this conversation we're holding this morning. How much freedom, how much trust is being given to Nigeria's electoral umpire?
Whereas it may look like the military in 1999 allowed Professor Humphrey Moso the freedom to decide, the outcome did not say that. Because if the end of any process is better than if the election had succeeded, we could say, give the credit to the military, they allowed the process. I don't think that they were interested in the process. It could be an accident of fortune.
Maybe it was a mistake.
Absolutely.
Every mobster can elude the police for 1,000 years until he makes a mistake.
Very well. Now, having said that, I also believe that the military had an outcome in mind at that time. And of course, if you remember in 1999, when they also wanted to hand over to the PDP, you discover that they created structures that determined the outcome. We had what they called manual accreditation process that allows you to throw up the kind of numbers you wanted to throw up if you want to rig election. Now, to tell you that we've actually moved away from it, if you remember in the period under Jega attempted what he called a card reader, a process that was going to determine actually that the real persons were coming to vote. But of course, he missed it when he provided what they called the incident form. That now took us back to the issue of manual accreditation. In fairness to Mahmoud upped the game with what he called givers. If you checked the outcomes of elections that happened within the period Beavers was used,
yes,
those numbers that you hear, 5,000 votes in a place where you have just 2 people registered, no longer exist. So it means that continually our electoral process is actually evolving. And I don't think Nigerians will leave the process in the hands of politicians, in the hands of electoral managers alone. All our eyes should be on it. Seek continuous electoral reform. If you look at what we didn't do right in the last election, we find a way of making sure that we block those loopholes so that we have, because all everybody is asking for is a system that will be transparent. Today, the greatest challenge is the trust deficit that we have between Nigerians, the government, and even the electoral managers. Nigerians don't believe that the system works because sometimes the outcome does not reflect their expectation. But as a player, I insist and believe that our elections are gradually evolving and counting. The apathy you talked about is because people believe that if we come in and vote, we will not get their common votes. People believe that votes don't count. Last time I was here, I argued that votes count. If they don't count, you won't hear that people buy votes. Why would politicians budget so much to buy votes?
Okay, we can say that politicians don't allow the vote to count.
If you say that, that might look more like it, because all this manipulation you find here.
Because votes have weight.
Option A4. In today's Nigeria, would you expect that Nigerians will queue for 1 hour and you don't have people coming to shoot and scatter everybody? That won't happen in today's Nigeria. So I think that what we need to continually do is keep putting our eyes on the ball to ensure that our processes, our reforms are consistent. I think today what Nigeria requires is totally electronic system that allows us to sit here and vote. And if you notice, giving answer to the issue you raised, we're now doing away with PVC, because if our accreditation process is biometrics, you don't need, all you just need to show is that you have registered before. Maybe the addition will be to give you an opportunity to register at any time. That's not happening now. But I can tell you, us doing away with what you call the voter's card, since we're going biometrics, I think it will improve the turnout. Because before, you find that you go to a place, deliberately, persons would not have access to PVC, which for me was a style of reading for those who do it. And sometimes I don't believe that an institution, a responsible institution, will sit down to undermine their own processes. So it could be the politicians who take advantage of some of the loopholes they find.
You are a politician.
Well, but you know, I told you the last time that I'm a politician was a difference.
Okay, we'll come to that.
I like that.
Paul, let me say welcome again. Thank you very much. I'm going to ask you a question that we have not broached, because it's going to be a long haul. Certain forces created June 12. And in the course of national conversation at that time, there were allegations that those forces were not necessarily all wearing military uniform. In other words, there were certain interests who did not want that election to play out successfully, creating June 12. Today, we are celebrating June 12 as Nigeria's Democracy Day. You are involved. To your mind, have all those forces that created June 12 left off Nigeria's democratic process?
Well, thank you very much. It is ironical that the forces that you are alluding to are today's players.
They are well and alive.
They are still alive. Those that have helped to foster, to sustain military hegemony are still with us at the highest level. So-called Democrats. And they have learned one or two things from the military. They have learned oppression. They have learned dictatorship. What we are having is actually this is the second republic of military dictatorship. Civilian rule does not translate really to democracy. Look at what are the pillars, of democracy. What is it that gives democracy, that distinctive, flavor? And you look at it, is all of those pillars have been eroded. One, more importantly, is the political parties. Okay, the freedom of association. And we are all gradually being railroaded into one basket of deplorables. Everybody, as if we are all cattle, and the media, freedom of press, is also another pillar. And they are using the cyber security law to ensure that freedom of speech is undermined. The other aspect is anti-corruption. It is important. But what we have now, we have a situation where the so-called anti-corruption agencies are now players in the political process. The ruling party is actually using those institutions, those organizations. They are using them to achieve, an outcome that would, satisfy, their aspirations. I said it not long ago, and they were listening. I said I'm a journalist on sabbatical. I had credible information of what was happening, and it's still happening. I'm aware of a top politician has been written to by the EFCC. Now, people are being targeted on suspicion that they are candidates for the coalition. And you begin to ask yourself, June 12th, 36 years down the road, what is it that has changed? I think we are, you talk about the process, this thing improving and all of that, and we are walking back.
In other words, the same forces are
They are still at work.
my senior advocate. I'll come to it presently. He has raised a very interesting thing, but I want to draw our attention to the narrative. If you go back to toward the end of Obasanjo's administration, the accusation of using the anti-corruption agencies to hound opponents of the government began to rear its head. Not just in murmurs, in some media channels. Except for Aradua, Jonathan was accused, or Jonathan's government was accused of inducing the anti-corruption agencies to look the other way while the PDP government looted the country empty, if not dry. During Buhari's time, in fact, he was accused openly of using the anti-corruption agencies to hound his opponents. Now, this administration has just been accused frontally by my friend Paul of using the same anti-corruption agencies to hound elements in the coalition. In other words, it's a continuum. Then, if these forces that created June 12 are well, strong, and alive, it doesn't mean that they have been operating since after June 12 and they have refused to die. Son, why don't you send this all these forces that are holding us down, why not sending them to prison without bail?
It's not within my purview. I am an advocate. Let me say yes. Even with the military coups, there had always been civilian participants who egg them on, who take the so-called people's grievances to them. Some even do provide the moral support,
financial support.
And I've also known some traditional rulers that were dethroned because of what? The tendency towards that. That is a fact. But what I may not know, he should know better, to say that those people are still part and parcel of this government. that is what, 26 years back? That's 26,
Yes, 26 years.
26 years back.
Yes, from 1999.
Yeah.
30 something from
June 12, yes. 30 something. How old would they have been and how old are they now? I don't know. But let me come back to the opposition. Let me start with them because they are always the people who cry
the loudest.
And most of the time when you are empty, you are louder. And they sack their responsibility and they would want us to mischaracterize them and want us to patronize them, but I won't. I have written a lot about, I've always been a columnist, that's where we met, and an editorial board member of Daily Independent up to 2019. We started from diet up to that point. I've always been a writer. And I was also telling somebody who was telling about their own democratic struggle. I said, well, the democratic struggle or advocacy was in many forms those days, because some of us were writers were also invited. Like I told them, I said, listen, when Ali Maslow came, I wanted to sell the idea, because I knew he was procured, to come and sell the idea of Daiki, pointing at what Egypt was benefiting from it. From that point, I wrote, I said no to Daiki, and I gave my reasons. And I sent the article to one paper, which was Guardian. The next morning I woke up, all the newspapers had it as a headline, no to Daiki. I did not know that marked me down. Then the next moment, we were also at the USIS, which was also being suspected as the collaborator with the CD. And my contribution was that, listen, let's don't allow them distract us. The narrative here is simple. There was an election, there was a winner. What is in the issue is why are they delaying the declaration and swearing in of the winner? All other narratives don't matter. And I think the discussion and the agitation should be towards declare the winner and give him the return and let's move on. 3 days later, I was invited to 7 Awolowo Road. They had in my file all my articles, they adopt them, they put them there. And then I was very smallish, I walk in there, the leader look at me and says, "Is that him?" I said, "I don't know him," And they look at me, they ask me whether I was a member of CD. I said, "How can I CD is not for?" They asked whether I was related to anybody. I said, "Oh no." The only person that I felt I had absolute respect for from within that community is Alawa Akabasha, because to me I thought it was genuine and all of that. So they went back for their meeting. They said, "Oh, gentlemen, go and face your hustle." From their own record, they say it's just an ordinary heckler and irritant. That's the solution. But coming back to the point here, the opposition owe the country a lot of respect. You have to respect them because it is your duty. Mind you, it's a contest for not just power, but it's for space and relevance. If somebody is poaching from you, it means that what? You do not have the glue to hold your members there. And whose fault it is? Whose business it is to let you prosper? There is no way in the world where another political party will not want to see you dead. That is their own, and that is also your business. That is why what you demarket it, you deleverage it, and you create counter perspective and narratives just because what? You know that the higher it goes, the lower you go. So it is your responsibility to stand as a buffer between the aggrandizing nature of what? A party in power and the people. But where are you? You have what? A community of opportunists. Everybody wants to be president overnight, and you do not want to put your skin and limb on the line, but you want to come and what? Woo the people with the pity party No, I'm not. No. But that is not to say I would want also to align myself with God. And I have made that point earlier. It is for us not to lose focus on the ball. It is a collective thing for us to know that, one, we are under a governance system that in itself is not democratic, which is the presidential system. For God's sake, you give the entire resources of a nation to one man, and you give him power, you enumerate power where he has what? Absolute authority over 68 items, that's 67 items of the Constitution that cover every aspect of your life, even my own profession, even the management of disputes in courts, everything, all of that, you give it to one man, one authority, one God. That person by himself, if he mismanage that, the weight of it would cross you. It is also us, by ourselves, will give absolute power to people to make laws. And when they mismanage that power, it will cross us and kill us. The same thing with what? You give people to say, you are the only person that has what? The final say on every dispute. And even when you err, they say what? It is in my right to err. Because what?
You can't
I
appeal to
am
God.
not infallible. So you have three gods facing you, and each one of them, his misdeeds, mistake will kill you. Each one of them, his mistake would affect your fortune in every ramification. So what do? If you do not pool energies, you do not pool resources to make sure that all of these gods are contained within their enumerated powers, we would have what we are having. We have third world being what we are, undeveloped and regressing to the point I have written very recently. I don't know if I said it that way. I said we may end up again to civil wars to resolve our dispute, because what? The political system is no longer what? A succor. It are no longer enhancing my economy, but a threat to my own economy. You are no longer enhancing my security, but a threat to my own security. You are no longer an independent and effective what? Managers of my dispute. What do you expect me to do? I need to leave. And that is why that same suffocation, that same frustration is what is driving people to the bush. Many of these banditry, terrorism, they are proxy wars by people who feel that what? They've been pushed out of the system, especially in an environment where everybody has this entitlement syndrome to say, how, by my status, I should have this. So the job is there. Let's don't start trying to say, oh, you expect that what? APC will not want to. APC would re-enroll you if you do not say, hey.
Okay, before the coalition collapses, if you don't keep your eyes open, that's what I has told you. And APC has a right under the political arrangement of power contestations to crush you. It is for you to stand on your feet and stop winning.
Well, if you say the APC, but I think
there
is a moral distinction on the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I mean, as a custodian, he is the one who, is the chief operator in all of this. And we mustn't, like we are seeing, directly open, sweep them. There are certain things that the president cannot say. It's the same way, like should not do. Yeah, if you talk about his political party that he's a member. But for him to do what he is doing from that position as the commander-in-chief.
Paul, we did not by our lawyers, if I'm wrong, please correct me. We did not give a mandate to Tinubu, we give a mandate to APC. His picture is not there when we are casting our ballot. It is APC that is there, that we know. Tinubu is only representative of the party.
Didn't take an oath of office. Bola Ahmed Tinubu took an oath, and that's not this. I mean, it was the same thing, argument that was raised in the matter of his forfeiture of $460,000 US dollars, the allegations of drug trafficking.
Okay, let's.
And they say it's the bank.
Yeah, but
owns the bank.
You see, the fact of the matter is that this is what the lawyers have argued. This is what the courts have said. We are going to stick for now on what the courts have said. I didn't say so. I'm not a lawyer. I didn't make the law.
They are told you about the three courts.
I am only. Well, incidentally, I don't have the powers to say let there be light. I would have changed all those things since they are gods. Now, Clement, there is something I don't want to run away from, and that is, if those forces are creating this kind of challenge and they are still well and operative, do you think, don't forget, what were those powers up to during June 12? It is to scuttle the process, to stop people's choice, to determine who governs us. There's an argument I don't want to bring up, and I brought it up now against you because there is argument within the media circle that in fact the PDP was not a political party, that the PDP was a special purpose vehicle by the military to hand over power. But I don't want to get that conversation.
That is debatable. The reason why it's debatable is that, you see, the PDP as a political party was also a platform. Those are the people who fought, the military.
That is
G34 and
that is the narrative you are given. The fact of the matter
of G34
did not fight for those G34
how many members of beneficiaries from the PDP? You didn't remember what
excuse me, Paul. Let's go ahead. Gentlemen, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead. I'm creating that confusion. Let me withdraw, but I don't want to distract Paul. Clement, the forces and what they wanted to achieve, it was to scuttle the democratic process, an electoral process and its outcome, and continue holding on to power. And from the very elaborate philosophical appraisal of it that our senior advocate has made, it means by anyhow they are operating it, they're still on. And by the clear submission by Paul, they said those forces are well, alive, and operational. What could be the end game if they are still here operating? Because willy-nilly, we are not in democratic order. Are they creating a quasi-democracy? And that will lead me to asking you the question, if democracy itself in Nigeria, is it well and alive?
I think, let me first of all adopt all that my learned sake have just said, and the democratic tenets, I feel, is still alive. The things that we are meant to benefit from democracy, definitely we are looking at it. And those players, let me just reiterate that the current president resisted the issues that led to his detention before he ran away. And that resilience and those determinations, I was thinking that someone of that nature coming to take a prime position as the leadership, as the first citizen of this country, will not go to the media and be saying, as it depends them, it is with us. As he said yesterday during one of the commissioning of the bridges, quoting the Honorable Minister of FCT. The environment actually have given him a lot of latitude to come into the system and perfect some certain things as a true Democrat. Because I still believe that one of the best politicians Nigeria can vouch for currently remains the current president. Because he stood his ground and stayed in one particular environment until the power got to him. So the players are still within us. They're just recycling, recycling and recycling. And that is why, in as much as I'm not praying for another military rule, but I still believe that sometime when there are some changes, you will see a brand new person coming in to bring ideas. Because the ideas that we are seeing in Nigeria currently remains the ideas that have been consistently there. And all of them, both the two prominent political parties, the PDP and APC, everybody is continuously working for stomach infrastructure. They are looking for what they will benefit. They are not after how you will, how the masses are faring. Because if we could have the leadership of the Senate trying to move emotion, can we move emotion for people, for them to breathe? For them to have a kind of the statement that the president and let the people breathe. You will understand the kind of environment we are in. So, but I am still optimistic that this country is forging ahead. The opposition, the way they are trying to bring up some policies and trying to form alliance and all that, which is very, very encouraging. They should not be kind of intimidated, because those people in the other party will not be relaxed, waiting for them to have a tea party just to enjoy themselves. There must be a way to get them down. And it is a matter of for them to come together and say, whatever you want to achieve can never be given to you just freely.
Thank you very much, Clement. I'm going to take a short break now. But before I take that short break, Paul, what Clement had just said to us now is that power is never given, and power is taken without breaking eggs. Somehow, to cover 1,000 miles can wear the heels of your shoes. I think they're very wise gentlemen, and please, can you pay their bills when we leave here, because they're giving you very important advice?
I agree with them.
So please, will you pay your bills after here?
Don't forget, the only reservation that I raise as parents, there are things that we cannot say to one child, even if that child is the preferred one when the others are there. There are golden rules about engagement. The president needs to, what he did, yesterday? It was disgraceful, very unbecoming of the office of the president. Yes, it did pain us, and he's rubbing it on our face.
No, he's telling you what the president told you yesterday.
No,
excuse me, please. What the president
they pay us that we don't have food.
No, the president told you.
He's telling us.
Taking it out of
context. I'm speaking as a
what the president said to you and those in opposition was that he's performing very well and the people are seeing it. Yeah. You can win to your heart's content. He is delivering. That's what he told you.
He's delivering.
That's what he told you. So it is with him that he's delivering. He will pay you because he is coming back, because the people ask him to come back.
Nigerians
Please,
don't have food to eat. They are not secure. It depended.
No, but the president was not sharing food yesterday. He wasn't sharing food yesterday.
Not only the politicians of the opposition that they pay.
He wasn't addressing the oppositions, he wasn't addressing Nigerians, he was addressing those in the opposition. Well, this is Democracy Special, June 12, celebrating it, a juncture in Nigeria's history. And in this opening feature with which we began this program, we said it is a juncture in a wobbly journey. When we return, we'll ask the very critical question that caused this program to be designed this way. Has June 12 really redeemed itself? We take a short break. Please stay with us because more of our guests are coming in. We return presently. Well. You are welcome back now. While we took that short break, one of our guests walked in. And he walked in such a way that I felt that, frankly speaking, there's a measure of purity in this morning's conversation. He came in flowing white robe. And as is our style, the senior advocate is really admiring that whiteness. Let us meet you the way others, we're not introducing people, you just introduce yourself. Can we please meet you?
Okay, I'm Comrade James Ezema, the Deputy National Police Secretary of the Conference of Nigeria Political Parties.
That's interesting. James, you're welcome.
Two of them are.
These are
they are conferencing.
all these gentlemen are, except 3 of us innocent people, all these other 3 men in white are all involved. So they will help us untie some of the knots. Now, James, in this second segment of this conversation, I read a piece that was distributed from your office yesterday, in which you were bemoaning a number of unfulfilled expectations. And you are requesting the government to redeem certain promises so that governance can become more meaningful. Now, before you came in, our colleagues here had said that the struggle for June 12th was not a struggle for structure. It was a struggle for governance. Even though they did not endorse Kaki, they did not endorse the process of coup by getting to power, but they said, in fact, what Nigerians struggled for in June 12 were mainly 2. Allow us choose who leads us. It's not your business to impose anybody on us. And then let governance mean something in our lives. If there were the 2 contending issues in the June 12 struggle, as you sit here this morning, do you think that that struggle was worth it, and has June 12 redeemed itself?
Well, if you are talking about the struggle itself, the struggle itself was worth the trouble, because there was nowhere we will have where we are today if the military had continued to be in power. So the struggle was, first of all, to have opportunity for the citizens to decide who their leader would be at any point in time.
Are citizens today deciding who the leaders are?
That's the question mark. The question mark is, have we gotten to the point where the citizens can freely and truly decide who leads them? It is far from it. With this, the journey is still a far journey, and we hope that as we are celebrating Democracy Day today, we will now begin to reflect on the true ideals of the June 12 struggle, so that we can see if we can return to that path. Because if you watch since 2015, which we saw election that was said to be credible, that brought in the opposition and lost by the ruling party, it is something that you will say that the standard of election after that 2015 election has dropped. If they had stepped up that credibility of our elections, by today we would have been singing a new song. But as it is today, we seem to be going back to those days where our leaders were decided by some individuals who sit down in one room and say, we like your face, we don't like this one's face, let this one go. And then you will just be there seated in a way, helplessly, as it were. And the other leg of it is that our democratic institutions, the institutions that are supposed to protect democracy, are being weakened by those who are in power. They keep influencing outcome of the elections by the electoral umpires. They keep influencing what the courts rule when it comes to when there's a dispute on electioneering process, and that has been one of the major challenges we are having, that even if the INEC as an umpire is not doing well and the court is doing well, there could have been a check and balance. But as it is today, the courts, when it comes to anything that has to do with elections, most times the judgment tilts towards who is favored and they tilted against who is not favored. And that's how it has become, and that is the dilemma we find ourselves, and that is the danger that we have as far as democracy is concerned in Nigeria today.
Senior advocate, do you know that I would like to give you the final word on this, his contribution, to actually also educate her, but please, a little patience with me. 4, when I give an example, I showed you that the complaints we are raising this morning have tend to attend every other administration in this country. They have used them, we have done that. Here just said, electoral umpire is not allowed, the courts are influenced. Go back, the same accusations. It means there's a constant, there's something, if these accusations are true. Either it is a false narrative in order to win the sympathy of the electorate that those in power are all criminals, except you, the opposition, dissents. If this is the consistent conversation, all of us are sitting there, do you think we're celebrating Democracy Day?
Fela calls it a demonstration of
grace. In other words, we're all crazy.
Crazy demonstration. You know, in 2015, the APC came on the mantra of change. And, you know, that's a very heavy, to change from, bad ways to good ways, change from using your right hand to using your left hand and all of that. And listen, even if in 1999, the advent of democratic rule, Obasanjo and others have done A, B, C, and D, which were not good enough. For a party and the people that prize themselves as progressives, you will expect that you will not be measuring what you do, but how terrible, you want to be as terrible as what the other people. You are progressives, you need to transform, transformative this thing. Change the ways of doing things. Not to suggest that, Obasanjo did it. The question now is that, why did you take up the responsibility of governance to be worse than Obasanjo or Yar'Adua? So that is exactly, the situation that we find ourselves when a party comes to government, and their benchmark that they use is how terrible those people, were. Obasanjo then said, okay, fine. It was the chairman, the late PDP chairman that said they were going to rule for 60 years. Okay? And from there, we have now moved from just ruling from 60 years to ensuring that all of us are members of a political party. That's a new norm now in this particular administration, so that there will be no election if all of us are all members of the same party, and by hook or by crook, like I said, the EFCC, the ICPC, the military, the courts, the presidency are all used to ensure that everybody is railroaded into a party. So the question is, why do we need democratic rule? Because as it is, everything, the way and manner that it is being practiced is dictatorial, it's dictatorship. There's nothing democratic about it. Members of the INEC, who are supposed to be the umpires, are being drawn from members of a political party. So the question is, from the word go, already the election is skewed. The outcome is skewed, one way, or the other.
Paul, it's not a euphemism, but can I kindly summarize what you said? We should not be celebrating democracy. because the process, the situation, the operatives are all blighted.
Well, we celebrate our birthdays because we are alive.
Okay. At least democracy is breathing, so we can as well celebrate it.
The D is still there.
The D is still there.
Maybe the C may have been substituted with a Z.
Eat the humble pie and say,
yes, please.
I think whether we like it or not, democracy still remains the best form of government because it allows the people to decide who they want to lead them. But don't forget, the style of democracy we choose, the presidential system, is actually dictatorship endorsed by the constitution. That's the style of government we do. Then with the years of military experience that has now added impunity to dictatorship. So you don't expect so much to happen. But the sweet thing in it is that power still belongs to the people. The fact that we have opportunity every 4 years to redress our regrets still gives us opportunity not to keep complaining. Because for me, like he said, if all of us, the last time I was here, I told you that the entire political class is less than 3% of our population. The entire, including their family and friends. Nigerians know that this is our issue. We need to collaborate and stop the blame game, but blame ourselves for whatever happens in our system. If our electoral system is not right, the people should insist to get the electoral system that is right. If the government is not doing well, the people should insist and change the government. If we continue in a democracy, if you don't change the existing government, you're empowering, you're forcing them to do what? But if you feel a government is not good for you, that's why we have multi-party democracy. Go to the other party, choose a new government, and try them. By the time you give them the impression that they can be hired and fired, they will give you good government.
But NRM, I will not give you a platform for party advertising.
NRM?
Yes, National Rescue Movement. National Rescue Movement. I'm not going to give a platform to advertise this party.
Who knows what?
Sir.
Okay. No, I've just cautioned him because when he says go and choose another party, thank God you say go and choose NRM. Anyway, my producer says we just have about 7 minutes remaining. We've run almost 2 hours.
Okay.
Now, let's look at how well the outcome of the June 12 struggle, that is democracy, has treated certain segments of Nigerian population. The coup plotters were a collection of men, venturesome men. They didn't brook any woman in their conspiracy, and so the women were shut out. Now democracy has come, and I invited 2 women to this conversation. So I wanted them to make the point by themselves. NRM, what has the June 12 struggle and the communal democracy availed the Nigerian woman?
Well, of course, you realize that recently there's a bill before the National Assembly that is even seeking to have a special seat for women. Over the years, we've had advanced cases of training system that allows women to take, if the man is the chairman, who becomes the vice chairman. We have women in leader positions. In some parties, like my party, the position of the National Organizing Secretary is handled by a woman. The women are gradually...
If you go along the line of your party, I'll give you a bill.
Okay, generally, some other parties, you will find them. Yes, agreed, we've not had what you may call fair share for the women, but it works in the works, and I believe that if this bill passes through, more women will be involved.
In other words, democracy has not been very wonderful. We need to do more for Nigerian women. James, Conference of Nigerian Political Parties. That's a big umbrella. How well have you advocated for a special place or recognition or more opportunities for Nigerian youth?
The challenge we have is that Nigerian politics is highly monetized. And even if you say you are advocating for the young people, Do they even have the financial muscle to buy the form? Where are they going to get the money from? Let's assume that a young man who is talented, who has what it takes to, cause a revolution in government, so to say, and deliver a proper governance, as it were. Can he buy the form from any political party in Nigeria? That is the problem. So we need to do more, when you talk of democracy, in terms of creating a level playing field. Because if a democracy is skewed, in favor of the rich, I don't know that kind of democracy what is going to become. Because if only the rich are the people that even can contest for a councillorship position, it becomes a big problem. And that's what we need to do more in terms of ensuring that we accommodate everybody, especially both the youths and the women, because they are the endangered species in Nigerian democracy. So they are the ones that are at the receiving end of the democratic stick in Nigeria, because what we do in Nigeria is there is no system that leads to emergence of leaders in Nigeria. Once you have money, you can come from Jupiter, you can come from Mars, from anywhere, you just emerge so far as you have money. You buy your way to power. And that's what is happening in Nigeria. And that is what we need to begin to look at and address, so that we can have a level playing field for everybody. Money politics is a problem. What we have been looking at speaking to young people, get yourself together, organize yourselves, and be able to crowdfund so that you can raise money to sponsor one person, so that the person who you are sponsoring will be at least somebody that can represent that bloc in government or in any elective office. And that is one of the things that we want young people to explore. Let them find a way how they can meet together, crowdfund, and they'll be sponsoring themselves until they can be able to get into the system, so that they can change the system, because it's difficult to change the system from outside. And that is the
let us go to the two lawyers, senior advocate. He's raised a critical point. It appears that the Nigerian politics is being turned into an exclusive club. Will it be anything out of legal to suggest that a bill to force the Independent National Electoral Commission, for instance, to determine how much a candidate can pay? Because the political parties use every election cycle to raise funds for themselves. Now, an office comes up, 200 people are vying for that one office, and each of them, the way ENUGU pays 100 million, and only one person gets it, and the party's purse swell. Meanwhile, that 100 million has effectively shunned off my son, who has no money, and shunned off journalists like myself and Paul, whose rewards are in heaven.
What is it?
Paul, have I mischaracterized us?
Unfortunately, the law, the principle is that it's not the business of the law to interfere into the internal affairs of political parties. Until that principle is changed, it remains like that. But let me also tell you that this is a global phenomenon. Politics at that level of recruitment of political leaders is oligarchic the world over. That is why his own principal has been able to represent all of the political parties that he have today as country.
Because he had deep pockets.
Money. You understand? I wouldn't be surprised if he goes to another party to borrow and
picks up the presidential ticket.
Because what? That's the way the system is.
I'm an anchor. I'm not supposed to expressing an opinion, but here I want to disagree with you. No, please, NRM, bind with me. Let's disagree with San. What is equity? Yeah. I want the San to address what equity is.
Equity is fairness.
Thank you.
You see, fairness is contextual. It's within rules. I cannot come and tell you how you manage your home affairs. It is for you to manage your own affairs and produce somebody to come and compete out there, because it's a competitive world out there.
If I put up my wife for sale, it costs money because in my house.
No, that would not, because what? There is a law that protects your wife. You understand?
But let's
put it here. I do not want us to give the young men, whose tomorrow we are talking about, we have spent our time. Is that tomorrow? I do not want us to give them the impression that, oh, because forms are expensive, that is why they are not in politics. Because in any case, the list of all the expenditure in that process is the buying of the forms. The money is there to be spent, and you need to have it. And the law has given you the latitude as to how, like he said, crowdfunding is a mental situation. There are some young men there who are buying Ferraris, who are buying Rolls Royce.
You understand? To help you, sir, the high cost of fund is only relative to APC and CDP. Come to some other parties,
like yours,
like mine, that can give you funds free. For free. The last election, we were giving funds to women and...
it's not only just in politics. Let's be honest with ourselves. We run a patrilineal system. I mean, the men sit down. It's a men's club. And they determine.
A men's club and men with money.
Yes, you know why that is dangerous. The women are about half of our population.
If not more.
More. And there is, it was the late MK Abiola, you can't watch, that can't use one.
You can't watch it. You can't clap with one hand.
One hand, you need the two to clap. Any society that does not take advantage of the women population, development eludes them.
Yeah.
Now there is something that Rwanda is doing, and not just in politics, in all aspects of their lives. Maybe, probably because of the genocide. And I'm not on TV suggesting that there should be a genocide so that our women, but even if there has to be, quote and unquote, that
to force the hand of the process to accommodate women.
Otherwise, take a look, do a research, look at all the countries of the world that does not utilize their women food. No, they are always at the back.
Okay, thank you very much. My producer is a lawgiver. He says, round up, round up, round up. Clement, so, I'm going to give you powers because you once represented the Nigerian Bar Association. Please, in very short words, do you think Nigeria's democracy, from the outcome of June 12, is delivering on the expectations of the people?
Well, I will look at it from the angle of wherever I find myself. In Abuja, there is dividends of democracy. In my state, Imo State, in my village, as I rightly said in one of the programs, I experienced pipe-borne water primary 1, 2, 3, 4, TC, up to secondary school. Currently, people come to my house to fetch water from borehole.
Thank you very much. I cut you there. In other words, what Clement is saying is that our democratic experience has been a mixed bag. But Paul has also said we need to work harder. And the senior advocate says the expectations cannot all be realized in one day. Some have come to pass. There's still hope. And James, please, he raised moral issues. Democracy cannot be evaluated in the absence of checking what it has delivered all this while. And the NRM group are telling us that Nigerians should consider other alternatives if the one serving them is not paying. That is summary this morning. It's our town hall for this Democracy Day 2025, June 12. Don't forget that our programming will continue all along the line of Democracy Day. For this morning, it's almost midday. I want to thank you very much for investing your time with us. My name remains Webos and Joko. On your behalf, I thank everybody for coming. Bye-bye.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
When we had opportunity of participating during the midwifing of the two political parties by the military, they gave us logistics, they gave us offices, they also provided transportation, and they also funded the parties. So the only problem that we were manifesting was the issue of the money bags, those who will be influencing the electoral process. So after that regime, it was an open field for people, because looking at our electoral system, the American presidential system is a very corrupt political regime, because the constituencies are larger and the process of selection of the candidates is also very cumbersome, that the parties were managed by people who have no vision of what democracy is all about. They think it's all issue of money and money and money and deployment of the money to produce better results. So if you look at who are the bureaucrats, who are those managing the parties in Nigeria, the people managing the parties don't even know what building a political structure means. They think is just staying in office. I had the minister of FCT saying that the PDP were able to sell, form, and made about close to 14 billion naira, but they couldn't pay ground rent for their property of 7 million. So that shows you the reckless. The party system here is from top to bottom. It's not from bottom to top. The party system we are practicing is not the way the American presidential system run in the United States. So there's no idea. It's all about money, money,
and money.
So how do you, the average earning of the top civil servants in Nigeria, for you to earn 3 or 4 million naira a year, and somebody will pay 50 million to buy for. Politics is based on constituency interest. It's not based purely on the platform you're running. That will also have some tribute to your success. Let us look at the 3 candidates. 1, where do they come from in Anambra State? Soludo comes from Isuofia. He has only 1 ward in his political parish. The Okachukwu, his constituency, has about 2 wards coming from the neighboring town in Nnewi. So then the man from Nnewi, who is Dr. Moralo, has close to 20 wards in his primary constituency. Then look at the local government distribution. Soludo comes from Old Aguata, which are 3 local governments. Moralo and Okachukwu, Dr. Okachukwu, are sharing 4 local governments within themselves. Now, Anambra is a place where most of the politicians have no constituency. You have to have a constituency. Where do you think your votes will come from? Is it the youth? Is it the intellectual group? Is it
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news.
The Chambers is called to order. Mr. President, Commander-in-Chief, Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, my brother, the Right Honorable Speaker, House of Representatives, His Excellency Tajuddin Abbas, PhD, GCON. We commence this joint sitting by handing the session to God in prayers. Right Honorable Gadi should take us in the Muslim prayers.
صلوا على النبي الكريم إن الله وملائكته يصلون على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل محمد كما صليت ورحمت وباركت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم في العالمين إنك حميد المجيد. O Allah, the turner of the heart and the professor of wisdom, we beseech you on this sacred day of our democracy to guide our president, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and all other leaders with divine wisdom and courage and sincerity. Grant our president the heart that fear only you, dear Allah, the hand that serves the people justly, and the mind that seek the truth over praises. Let the leadership of Mr. President be the source of peace to the Nigerian people, be the source of unity, and the source of progress to our dear nation, Nigeria. Dear Allah, protect Mr. President from whispers of sycophants and the traps of injustice. Surround our dear President with honest advisors, and let his day in office be remembered for truth, justice, and legacy. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen, Ar-Rahman Rahim, Malik Yawmiddin, Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in, Ihdina as-sirata al-mustaqim, sirata allazina an'amta alayhim ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. Amin. Thank you.
For the Christian prayers, distinguished Senator Oji Uzokalo.
In the name of the Father, of the Son, of the Holy Spirit, amen. Merciful and everlasting Father, we pray and thank you for our country, Nigeria. We pray and thank you for the arrival of the President and all members of the National Assembly and other guests, ministers, governors, our national chairman of our party, the Vice President, and everybody you have led to be here. Father, bless this country, because this country needs your blessing. Help the President aright to take decisions that will lead him to recover the economy, recover the mistakes of the past since 1960, to make sure that people of Nigeria see food on their table, and to make sure that security and agriculture are restored into our country. The President, when you are living, live in peace. We in the National Assembly pray that you will continue to do good and do aright to people of Nigeria. We pray all these things through Christ our Lord. In the name of the Father, of the Son, of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Mr. President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President Commander-in-Chief, Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. His Excellency, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Right Honorable Abbas Tajuddin, PhD, GCON, Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Justice Kudirat Kekereekun, GCON, Chief Justice of Nigeria, the Deputy President of the Senate, my dear brother, the Junior Senator Barao Jibrin, the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, my other brother, Ben Kalu, CFR, Principal Officers of the Senate and Principal Officers of the House of Representatives, distinguished Senators and honorable members of the House of Representatives. Let me use this opportunity to greet all our executive governors who found time to be here. You're all welcome. And also greet all former principal officers and presiding officers particularly who found time to be here. Members of the Federal Executive Council, ambassadors and high commissioners here present, former presiding officers earlier mentioned, Secretary to the Government of the Federation, and Chief of Staff to Mr. President and former Speaker, Right Honorable Gbajabe Amila, the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation, the Clerk to the National Assembly, the Service Chiefs who came to honor this Democracy Day, National Chairman of all political parties, especially the only political party in Nigeria, very relevant today, His Excellency Governor Ganduje, and Chairman All Progressives Congress. Our royal fathers who are here with us, Chairman, National Assembly Service Commission and its commissioners, Deputy Clerk to the National Assembly, Clerk of the Senate and Clerk of the House of Representatives, Secretaries of Directorates of the National Assembly, National Assembly management staff, distinguished invited guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Democracy Day. Mr. President, on this hallowed floor, this is where the voices of the people find expression through their representatives. We are deeply honored to welcome you, President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, to the chambers of the National Assembly. For the second time, you have honored this chamber on Democracy Day, realizing that the National Assembly remains the bastion of democracy in any nation. So we welcome you, sir. Your presence here rekindles the memory of a very long and courageous journey, marked by struggles, sacrifices, and unyielding belief in the ideals of democracy. That you, Mr. President, a veteran of the trenches of the fight for democracy, a symbol of democratic resistance, and a beneficiary of the people's trust, now stand before us or sit before us. To speak to your people, your parliamentarians and the nation and the global community is nothing short of providence. The National Assembly is very proud to host you, our president, our compatriot, and one of our own, as a distinguished senator forever, as you fulfill the solemn constitutional duty of addressing the nation through us. This chamber honors you not merely as the President of Nigeria, but as one of the architects of the very democratic foundation that we commemorate today. We gather not to mourn injustice, but to honor resilience. We observe not the triumph of politicians, but the enduring faith of the Nigerian people in democracy. A faith that survives betrayal, braved tear gas, defied armored tanks, endured silence, and still chose the ballot over the bullet. On June 12, 1993, the torch of the long march to freedom was lit. Nigerians stood up to say, our voice matters, our vote must count. However, the light was extinguished on June 24, 1993, when a third statement declared that the will of the Nigerian people, freely expressed in the historic June 12 presidential election, had been annulled. Tears, rage, and hope poured into the streets. Nigeria did not just lose an election, Nigeria lost her innocence. And across the country, the silence of shock was broken by the roar of resistance. The people rose, angry students marched, journalists spoke, mothers wailed, workers downed their tools, fathers stood before tanks, and young men and women whose only crime was believing in democracy laid down their lives. May their souls rest in peace. They died because they loved Nigeria. They loved Nigeria enough to fight for her soul. This was not just a rejection of oppression, but the beginning of a national reawakening, signifying a rebirth as well as a reckoning. The intro of Chief Moshood Abiola campaign song captured the spirit of that day. Nigeria on the march again. Indeed, Nigeria was on the march towards democracy. But that cruel announcement turned the march for democracy into a march for justice. Many, including Your Excellency, stood tall in those days of darkness, while others chose silence and others chose compromise. You chose to exhibit courage, rare courage. At great personal cost, NADECO, which you were part of, helped sustain the flame of liberty when it was most at risk of going out, even to say a word. So as we mark this day, let us remember those who bled so we could vote, those who took risks so we could speak, those who were buried so that freedom might rise. Let us also pay tribute to all those who played pivotal roles in Nigeria's democratic transition. This year's theme, 26 years of democracy, renewing our commitment to national development, is not a slogan. It is a call to purpose, a reminder that democracy is not an end, but a means to national transformation. Under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's leadership, we have seen transformation in his bold approach to build and reform the decayed Nigeria. From unifying the foreign exchange market, to local government autonomy, to the formation of the regional development commissions, to Nigeria's educational loan fund, to removing the fuel subsidies, to attracting foreign investments, to the major issue at stake today, the tax reforms, the tax unifications. This administration has shied away from the hard decisions required to stabilize and grow our economy. It has not shied away from it, as other administrations did. These efforts are gradually restoring investors' confidence, laying the foundation for long-term prosperity, and refocusing government expenditure towards productive investments. Mr. President, we commend you for your boldness, your vision, and your unwavering belief in the future of this country called Nigeria. Likewise, the 10th National Assembly, which marks its second anniversary today, June 13, which ought to be tomorrow, but we are marking it today, has played its part with diligence and distinction. From its inception, the 10th National Assembly demonstrated, and is still demonstrating, a renewed vigor towards addressing the country's complex issues and challenges through purposeful legislations. This commitment is reflected in its extraordinary output. A total of 844 bills have been introduced within its first 2 years, 844 bills. An unprecedented figure that underscores the Senate and the House of Representatives' proactive posture towards tackling pressing national issues. Out of this impressive volume, 107 bills are currently at the committee stages, undergoing the necessary scrutiny and stakeholders' engagement that will ensure quality legislation. 206 bills in the Senate are awaiting first reading, reflecting a robust pipeline of legislative ideas prepared to ensure the formal introduction, and 409 bills have also advanced to second stages in the Senate. I'm sure my brother will mention the ones in the House of Reps. Notably, the Senate so far has passed 96 bills, a record for any Nigerian Senate within 2 years only. At this stage, the legislative cycle, even more significantly, 52 of these bills have been assented to by Mr. President, translating into enforceable laws that will shape the governance of this country. Economic development, public welfare, and national security. These bills include the National Education Fund, local government autonomy, as earlier stated, regional development commissions, tax reforms. Universities have been established, particularly in the areas of agriculture. And most thank you also for the University of Environment established in Ogoniland, long ravaged by oil exploration and exploitation. You saw the need to establish that institution to remediate the terrible situation of the Niger Delta. We thank you. The 10th Senate has acted decisively on 26 executive bills, showcasing a healthy balance of cooperation and oversight in its engagement with the executive arm. These executive-sponsored legislations address key policy issues that will benefit not just the Senate, but Nigerians as a whole. And we have done this through thorough review and refinement. Beyond bills, the National Assembly has received over 100 petitions from Nigerian citizens and civil societies. This is a testimony to the public trust in the institution. Of these, 28 petitions have been fully adopted, providing redress, transparency, and institutional accountability. History teaches us that nations make the greatest progress when the executive arm that governs us has vision, and the legislature guides with wisdom. But they prosper most when both work hand in hand, not as rivals, but as co-stewards of the national trust. In the United States, Mr. President, the Civil Rights Act and the space race were all made possible through executive-legislative collaboration. In Rwanda and Ghana, transformation was achieved through shared resolve between these two arms of government. In South Africa, Mandela's dream was realized through executive-legislative collaboration. The lesson is very clear. Where governance is in partnership, progress follows. But where governance is a contest, the people suffer. Therefore, as we commemorate 26 years of uninterrupted democratic governance, we must renew our national commitment to foster collaboration between the different arms of government and ignore the critics who decide to term the parliament rubber stamp. But they do not understand why we are here. Democracy is not a gift, it is a trust that we must protect. To the youth, we must not treat democracy with apathy. To the civil society, we must not let memory fade. To the media, we must be held accountable through responsible journalism. And to every Nigerian, democracy must not be reduced to election days. It must live in our values, it must live in our institutions, and it must live in our daily lives. So let us preserve the memory of June 12. I respectfully urge Mr. President that we consider the establishment of a June 12 museum, a living archive where the stories, artifacts, struggles, and sacrifices of our leaders and the democratic movement will be housed, preserved, and taught, and let nations learn from the past losses of our dear country. And this will remain a moral compass for the future generations. As President of the Senate, I reaffirm the unwavering commitment of the 10th National Assembly to the cause of the Nigerian people. We must continue to champion every policy that uplifts the poor, empowers our youth, strengthens our economy, and defends the dignity of every citizen of this nation. We owe it to those who fought. We owe it to those who fell. We owe it to those who still believe. May we never again betray the hope that was once betrayed. And may we never lose the freedom that was once denied. Once again, Mr. President, welcome home to your chamber, which is not only the heartbeat of our nation's democracy, but your political home. We now have the singular privilege and honor to invite you to address your people. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Your Excellency, the Vice President, Your Excellency, the President of the Senate, Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives, Principal Officers of the National Assembly, distinguished senators and honorable members, House of Representatives, executive governors here present, all former legislators here present, the national chairman of All Progressive Congress, secretary to the government of the Federation, honorable ministers here present, head of civil service of the Federation, clerk of the National Assembly, all senior government officials, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. With profound honor, I stand before this joint session of our National Assembly, a parliament that embodies the will of Nigerian people. Today, as I enter this grand edifice built from the sweat and toil of our democratic yearning, my heart stirred. It was a blend of accomplishment and resolve. I felt a sense of collective accomplishment when I realized how far we had come as a nation. Since 1999, democracy has risen from the ashes and destitution of military rule to take its original rightful place as the only mode of governance of resilient and beloved people. With every footstep I took through this hallowed hall, up to the moment I now stand before you, I remember that we still have so much and a lot for that to go. To achieve this progress, we sought an elective office to lead this nation forward. Thus, I hereby affirm before you, our merciful and almighty God, and all men, and resolve to do all that I could do to safeguard and build our democracy as the divine hand intends for us to do. Since 2018, we have celebrated Democracy Day on this day to commemorate the sacrifices of the men and women who fought to restore democratic governance to Nigeria. Let me pay tribute to my predecessor, former President Muhammadu Buhari, for reaching back into history to rectify a national misdeed by making June 12 Democracy Day and by officially acknowledging Chief MKO Abiola and his running mate Babagana Kingibe as the victors and the duly elected president and vice president, respectively, of Nigeria after June 12, 1993 election. Year by year, election after election, every time we debate instead of battle, we discuss instead of fight, and argue instead of destroy. We preserve the institution of democracy. More importantly, we weave the culture of democracy into very fabric of our nation. We thank God for this. Whilst Chief MKO Abiola is June 12th central figure, We must not forget the long list of those who equally deserve to be called heroes of democracy. We must celebrate the courage of Alhaja Kudirat Abiola and Pa Arfe Rewani, both of whom were murdered by agents of military repression. We also remember the many civil rights activists, journalists, and politicians imprisoned, exiled, tossed aside, tortured, and beaten by the military regime. We remember Chief Anthony Enoro, Commodore Dan Suleiman, Chief Abraham Adesanya, Ayo Adebanjo, Chief Gani Fawayemi, Balarabe Musa, Ganiu Daudu, the journalist Baguda Kato, and Commodore Ndibusi Kanu. I mention these names not to exclude or degrade the profound contribution of anyone else, but to illustrate through these few heroes the universality of our pursuit of democracy. The struggle was never the province of any one group or section of the country. It was pan-Nigeria in its conception, and it will even be more pan-Nigeria as we strive to perfect it. It is fitting that I come to this chamber to you. You are the authors of the people's law, and I must be their faithful implementer. While we may not always agree, we must forge a way to work together, because this is what democracy demands of us. I pledge myself to this cooperation and ask that you do the same for the good people of our country. Mr. Chairman, the National Assembly has acted to all uphold democratic ideas at every critical moment in our nation's history. In 2006, the Fifth National Assembly protected our democracy against unseemly third-term bid that would have ripped our constitution apart. In 2010, the National Assembly, through the doctrine of necessity, opened the door for then Vice President Goodluck Jonathan to become the acting president following the illness of his predecessor. Even under the military, the National Assembly tried to protect our democracy. After General Abacha took over power on November 17, 1993, and dissolved the National Assembly, some of us, led by Senator Ame Ebute, the Senate President of the Third Republic, defied the general and his goons, and we reconvened in Old Parliament Building in Lagos and declared that regime illegal. We had the courage to do so, the determination to resuscitate democracy, but we were jailed for our defiance. On behalf of a grateful nation, I commend your invaluable role in lawmaking, oversight, and constituency representation. At this point, I plead for your indulgence so that I may put a terrible rumor to bed.